Good morning. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 89, including the towns of Boothbay, Boothbay Harbor, Southport, Edgecombe, Westport Island, and part of South Bristol.
Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Representative Michelle Meyer, serving Southern Maine's House District 2, which is Elliott and parts of South Berwick and Kittery.
And Representative Craven, do you want to unmute and introduce yourself?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is part of Lewiston.
And I'm Nick Paxton. I represent District 20, which consists of Auburn, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester. I'd ask our crack staff to introduce themselves, starting with Anna.
Hi, I'm Anna Broom. I'm one of the legislative analysts and I work in the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis.
Erin.
My name is Erin Dooling, and ditto everything Anna just said.
Ditto. And we're joined today and for the next several days by Luke Lazur.
Hello, so I'm Luke Lazur. I'm from the Nonpartisan Office of Fiscal and Program Review.
And our clerk is Carrie Withy.
Good morning. My name is Carrie Withy, and I'm the clerk for the Health and Human Services Committee.
So thank you all. For those of you who are watching, you can go and observe too from the YouTube channel, which you can find by going to legislature.maine.gov and looking up the HHS committee. Everything that we say today is recorded and available for review later on if you're interested. We continue to make technical changes, so I'd ask our guests and listeners to be patient with us. Things are clearly running better than they were a couple of weeks ago, but we are likely to come across glitches. The committee has been good about leaving their feed on mute and staying visible as much as possible. I do my morning turning off my phone, and the reminder that the only material to be entered in chat by the committee members should be related to how the committee is running or going, not to any content related to bills or discussions about budget. As I said earlier, we'll be hearing the bills this afternoon in the order in which they're published. If you're here to testify, please make sure that the name under your picture is correct so we know exactly who we're talking to. And once you're done as a attendee or a panelist, please revert to the YouTube afterwards to watch if you're interested. The chat function for the folks in the category of attendees has been turned off, so that will not be working. And we've done our introduction. So is there anything else we should do before turning it over to Luke Lazur? I don't see any indication otherwise, so.
Could introduce staff.
Oh, yeah, we did. Yeah, Luke, you're up.
All right, good morning. As we start the fun that is the biennial budget, we'll be spending quite a bit of time together. So first, I'll just note that I just sent to the committee an email this morning with a couple of documents that you had received before the schedule, but I updated the schedule to have some additional items on it that were not on the original schedule. And I also sent a file that's the other special revenue file. Both those files are also up on the web, on the committee webpage under the biennial budget documents. So if anyone wants to find those documents, that's where they are. I just wanted to point out first on the work session schedule, what I added were the language parts. In the first schedule, I had just forgot to put in the language parts on the day that we're discussing them. So I've added those, and you'll find that again in your email. I just wanted to briefly talk about that other special revenue file that I sent you. This is a file that the department really sent to me the first time around, and they have updated it for me again this year. And it just outlines what the revenue is for all the different other special revenue accounts that are out there. So when we are going through the budget and we come to another special revenue line and you say, what's the revenue for this? This file, it's a 2-page document. It has every single account and tells you what that other special revenue is. So I just wanted you to know what that was and why you got it. Obviously, if you have a question, just let me know, but hopefully that document will outline that for you. There are a number of questions that I imagine will come up as we're going through this. I'll try and do the best I can to go through each line slowly. What I've done in the past is I'll just start right at the top. Today we're working on Group A, so we're going to do public assistance and HHS management. So I'll work through each line. I'll read what the line is. I'm not going to read off all the numbers involved as Deputy Commissioner Mann did during the public hearing testimony. They're on the sheet. I'll let you read them, but I'll just read what the initiative is and then go for questions. If it's a question I can answer, I will. Otherwise, I'll leave it up to the department to walk through an explanation that's really for them. So that's sort of the basic outline. I did want to ask, because I think the original plan was for everyone to have received these documents in hard copy form. And so I'm first just looking to see if that is the case, or if not, everyone has it in hard copy. And I'm seeing some shaking heads, which I was expecting. So I did not want to share my screen simply because it's harder for me to see what's going on the screen, but I will do that so that everyone can follow along with the document. Again, you can find the document on the HHS committee materials page under biennial budget. We're really going to be talking about the document that is called the green document. That's the initiatives document. We don't generally look at the baseline document. The reason for that is the baseline is the baseline. It just is what it is. Whatever is in the baseline is, you don't have to vote on it in any way. I provide that pink document, which is the baseline, just so everyone can look at it if they have a question about how much money is in a certain program. But we don't talk through each of those lines. We only talk through the initiatives. So we'll be really dealing with just the green document today. And then we will get, when we're done with the initiative parts, we'll move on to the language parts of each section, and that is the purple document. So I will share those documents as we move through to help us through the documents. So with that, let me share my screen. Sorry, rearranging things here on my side so I can see everything. So first, I'll just ask, how does that screen look? Do I need to zoom in more, or is everyone able to see that? I have it zoomed in pretty tightly already.
Let me point out the other option is at the top of the your screen where it says you're viewing Luke Lazuro FPR screen. Next to that is a view options. If you click on the downward caret, you can enlarge it from 50 to 100% if that's going to help you follow along. That might be helpful too, but I just point that out, something that Senator Baldacci pointed out to us yesterday. Does anybody want to try have Luke enlarge it a little bit? If you can go to 75% or something, maybe, or 80 or somewhere in that category. And if that doesn't work, we can enlarge it on our own screens.
Yeah, I think my one issue is it is best if I can have all of the document up on the screen. So if everyone can zoom on their own, because when you zoom in on your own, you can move the document around to see, because I want to make sure the numbers are available to everyone as I walk through these.
Yep, thank you.
So we will be starting with the public assistance part of the budget. So this will be on the green document. We're going to start with line 409, which starts on page 26 of the document, which, since no one here seems to have the document, you'll just be looking at my line 409. So this is an initiative in the Office for Family Independence District Program, Program 0453. This continues 3 limited period Family Independence Unit Supervisor positions and 45 limited period Customer Representative Associate 2 positions, previously continued by Public Law 2019, Chapter 616, Part A. They're broken up, as you can see, 37.9% general fund and 62.1% other special revenue. These positions will end on June 17th, 2023. So this is a good point to just note that these are a different type of position than just a standard position that you'll see in the budget, because they are limited period. So as you can see right here, they say that they end on June 17th, 2023. This is continuing positions that had been previously established as limited period positions. So that's just something to watch for. There are a lot of limited period positions in this budget as we work our way through.
So I just want to check in with everybody on the committee before we go too much further. Is everybody on the right page with Luke? Has anybody got any concerns? That if you do, put your hands up and we'll make sure that we start all together. Looks like everybody's all set that I can see. Okay, thank you, Luke.
All right, so if there are no questions, oh, and I will point out again, just like the supplemental budget document, line 409 and 410 go together. The graying out of line 410 tells you that it's part of the initiative above. So as we're working through, we will not necessarily be reading every single line. So in this case, 409 and 410 are together. And if there are no questions, I will move on to lines 411. So this line is in the disability determination division, account 0208. This establishes 1 limited period disability claim supervisor position, 10 limited period disability claims adjudicator positions, and 1 limited period office associate 2 position, all funded 100% federal expenditure funds within the disability determination division. It doesn't specifically note it here, but as these are limited period positions, and in all cases, these also will end on June 17th, 2023. Seeing no questions, I'll move on to line 412. This is in the state supplement to federal SSI program 0131. This provides funding in the state supplement to federal supplemental security income program to bring appropriations in line with projected expenditures. So I'll note with this particular one, this is a general fund increase. So it's noting that it's bringing appropriations in line with projected expenditures. There are also a number of lines, including the next line, which have a initiative text that say provides allocation to align with available resources. In all cases like this, what's happening is the department is essentially saying our current allocation, or in the case of this line, appropriation, isn't in line with where we expect we'll be at the end of the year. So we're adjusting it either up or down. So in this case, they're noting that the projected expenditures are higher than their current appropriation. So they're requesting an additional amount of funding to bring it in line with those projected expenditures.
And you said, Luke, that doesn't align with what's expected at year end, but you mean actually the end of fiscal year 22, is that right?
22 and 23, yes. Everything here will be 22 and 23. And when you're looking at the columns here, the first column down here is state fiscal year 22, the total of all personal services and all other. And then the last column is state fiscal year 23. So the next line is in the OFI district program. It's program 0453. This provides allocation to align with available resources. As I said, this is just bringing the allocation in line with the current resources. I would note that when you're talking about other special revenue, federal expenditures funds, or federal block grants, when they're aligning with available resources, what they're saying is, the funding we have available is different than what our current allocation is. So we just want the allocation to match the revenue we already have. These are different than the general fund in the sense that the department very likely has to do financial orders each year to get the available allocation to spend the money that they already have in this case, it's another special revenue fund account. So what they're doing in the budget is they're trying to get the allocation at the same level as their current resources so that they don't have to do those financial orders. I bring that up because there are numerous initiatives just like this throughout the budget. And that's when it's an allocation, all they're doing is saying our available resources, the actual revenue we receive is different. Let's make the allocation match it or closer to it at least. So that's just something to watch for as we move through the budget, because that's a question that comes up every year, and I want to make sure that you understand exactly what's happening with that initiative. Not seeing any questions. We'll move on to
Oh, we have one question from Senator Moore.
Luke, thank you for explaining that. That helped clear it up a little bit in trying to understand that aligning with available resources. I guess my question would be, is that do we have a summary somewhere of what was the total amount of dollars that we've aligned with available resources? Just so we know how much that pot is, I guess.
So meaning in the budget, all of the lines that do that, or are you meaning in each of those accounts, what is the available resource that we're trying to align to? I'm just trying to understand what.
I'm just saying overall for the entire budget, just out of curiosity to understand.
I didn't do anything like that, but I certainly can just go through and find those lines and line them up for you. I mean, the weird thing about it is that it's the same initiative text because they're doing the same thing, but it's in many different accounts and programs, right? So, you know, this one here in OFI is aligning to one specific revenue source.
Okay.
So if I pulled all of them together, it wouldn't mean that all the other special revenues are one account, right? There are many different accounts.
Okay.
So that's where I can do it. I don't know how useful it would be in trying to see what's happening.
So we're really not comparing apples to apples in that sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the one thing that was done the last budget to try and help with this particular issue was that the department actually went through and said, because I think they had already done the work. I don't know for sure, but I just remember they had a document that said, here's what the spending was in all these different accounts where we're changing the allocations over the last few years. And it showed that the current allocation they were asking for was closer to the actual expenditures. But that's the kind of work that's being done when they're doing this initiative.
Okay. All right. That's great. Thank you, Luke. I appreciate that.
Representative Connor has a question too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Luke. Luke, if you could just clarify something really quick for me. On line 412, you said that when we see in line with projected expenditures, it's the department requesting either more or they're adjusting their amounts. And then the amount on the far right, is the difference there? Is that what you're saying? The original amount was what they were allocated and they're requesting more is the second column. Is that how I'm to read it?
No, the columns on this document are just how much they're requesting in each year. So I'll scroll up to the top of the page and you can see, and of course, when I made this document, I very unfortunately did not carry the top rows. Those are supposed to be on every page to make it easier for everyone. Sorry about that. There were a few issues in my trying to get these done hastily for mailing to you, and this is one that I missed. So you can just see that the second to last column is the total for state fiscal year 22, and the last column is the total for state fiscal year 23. So that's all that is being identified there, is how much they're asking.
Can I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Oh, sure.
Luke, is it possible then when we see that line item to align with resources, is it possible to see what that difference is, what they were allocated, and then what the request is, just so we have an understanding of either what the up or down is? Am I asking the right question? I apologize for my lack of intelligence on this.
Think you are asking the right question. And I'm trying to think of the best way to show you this, because really the answer to that is the baseline budget document, the pink document, and I can go and show you.
That's all right. I have it. I just, okay. If the baseline is what I need to compare that to, then I'll just go back and forth. I just wanted to make sure that was the correct terminology and the right methodology.
It is, and that's what you'd want to look for. Is you want to go to the baseline document for 0453 and look. There might be multiple other special revenues. There sometimes are in some of the bigger accounts. I don't believe there is for this one, But you could find the one that this is and see what the increase is based on the baseline, because that's what they're doing, is they're increasing over whatever their current baseline is.
Thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Luke, quickly before you move on, I think Ben Mann is an attendee at the moment and his hand is raised if you're interested.
Oh, I can't see that. Okay, Representative Lemelin, do you have a question first?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to the cost of living adjustment. Do we have a specific amount that is, and is it the cost of living according to SSI or cost of living in our department?
I do not know what cost of living adjustment is used for Social Security income. I imagine the department would, so it might be helpful if they were able to speak to that.
Okay. Let's include Mr. Mann in this and see if maybe he can answer some questions for us. Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's nice to see everyone again. Just related to, I agreed with everything Luke said, but just a little bit more context for the align with available resources. That has no impact to general fund dollars. We're not asking for more money. We are just increasing our authority to spend usually federal dollars. And in most cases, that was done previously by financial order. So we put it included in the budget for transparency's sake and to carry that forward, because what was likely done in the past would likely happen in the future. But for transparency and just operational efficiency's sake on that, but there's no general fund impact on that. And related to Representative Lemelin's question, Social Security, that is the federal requirement. The Social Security, the COLA related to SSI and Social Security is set by the feds and it's indexed to that. I believe it was 1.3% on January 20th was the most recent increase. And this, the SSI increase that you see here is due to COLAs accruing over time. That's an annual requirement, as well as caseload increasing as well.
Does that answer the questions that were asked?
It answered mine. Thank you.
Sure. Good. And Mr. Mann and Luke, is it fair to say then that these monies, when we're aligning with available resources, are constrained in some way by the government as part of special funds? That's not, this is not just money that's floating around, it's got designated stipulations attached to it?
Yes.
Okay.
Just for more context, I think, depending on an entitlement program like 4E, where we spend money, we can, if we have more kids in care, we'll spend more money, for example, and we can pull down 4E dollars. There's other federal grants that change, obviously, depending on what Congress appropriates, and we need to update our allotments on the federal side to align to what the feds have. So if they increase and push out more money on the federal side, we would need to seek the authority from you all and AFA to spend those dollars, because we are capped otherwise.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, so we're ready to continue?
I just will reshare my screen. So now that we are done with the initiatives for public assistance, we'll move on to the language parts. So I have the language document here. And we will start with part PP. And this part, so just to give you some context of what I'm reading off here, the language parts that are in the budget are usually much longer than what you'll see here. What I included here for a description is the summary that's in the language part of the document, which just outlines in a briefer form what the changes are. If you want to see the full language part, we can look at it, but usually this is enough information. So that's what I'm reading here. So for part PP, this part accomplishes the following. One, it changes eligibility for transitional transportation to include families who are employed and have less than 200% of the non-farm income official poverty line. And two, it allows the department to use federal TANF block grant to support employed families who have transportation costs and have income less than 200% of the non-farm income official poverty line. The department may use up to 1.4 million annually in TANF block grant expenditures for these families.
Yes, Senator Moore.
I guess I just wanted to point out again that when we were doing the supplemental budget, it was pointed out to us that non-farm income official poverty line is no longer a term. It's now referred to as the federal poverty level. So I think we would want to correct that. That was one thing that came up when we were looking at it before.
Thank you. Any other questions, concerns? Okay.
The next language part is part TT. This part authorizes any unexpended balance in the Office for Family Independence District Program general fund account within the Department of Health and Human Services for the purposes of upgrades to the Public Assistance web portal be carried forward for use in the next fiscal year.
So Luke, is it unusual? Is this unusual or isn't this sort of standard to carry over unspent by line item?
So the way that this carrying thing works is certain accounts are called carrying accounts, which means that funds that are not spent 1 year remain in that account. Just as we discussed yesterday with all the main care accounts, anytime money goes unspent in those accounts, it stays in those accounts and it can be carried forward into future years within main care. In this particular case, it's specifically authorizing that unexpended balances be carried forward for this particular purpose. And I will ask Ben, because I am pretty sure I know, but I wanted to make sure that I understood why. I think it's because this account may not be generally a carrying account, but they want to make sure that money is left from the work that they're doing on this public assistance web portal.
That's exactly right. These funds were appropriated in the 2021 biennial. It's a rather large development IT project, and we have not completed it. So we are seeking, we're in the midst of it and are seeking to carry those funds so we can continue the development, the IT project, the upgrades to the eligibility systems that folks access into fiscal 22.
Thank you.
And so with that being the case, if an account isn't a carrying account, any funds that go unspent lapse and go back into the general fund. And that's just, this is to avoid that so that they can keep the money for the specific purpose it was originally outlined for.
Thank you.
And the last bit of language is part AAA. This part authorizes the Department of Health and Human Services to transfer available balances of personal services appropriations to all other in the Office for Family Independence Program and the Office for Family Independence District Program for the 2022-23 biennium.
So is it fair to assume that the administration has decided that there is going to be a balance and this is what they want to do to leave footprints as to why it got moved? They probably wouldn't put this if it was going to be a deficit line item. So my question is, where do language changes come from?
This is longstanding language. It's been in the budget included for years. Similar, Luke was correct and accurate in grouping those. The last two are sort of related. Our Office of Family Independence operates numerous IT systems, and this provides a little bit more flexibility if there are remaining balances to transfer to all other for technology projects and upgrades to the system. For My Main Connection, which handles all of the eligibility determinations for main care, for SNAP, for TANF, for other programs.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
So with that, we are done with the public assistance portion. So we'll move on to the DHHS management portion of this group. The initiatives for that begin with line 162, which begins on page 10 of the document. So line 162 is in the Maine Center for Disease Control and Prevention, account 0143. It transfers and reallocates one Public Service Coordinator 3 position from 25% general fund to 75% federal expenditures fund to 100% general fund within the same program and adjust funding for all other. I'll just note, you're going to see that with the DHHS management portion of the budget, there are accounts that fall into what are generally other sections of the budget. A lot of the Maine Center for Disease Control and Prevention information, for instance, is in the public health section. But this is sort of a decision I made years ago when I started doing the budget to put items that are more about technical, just moving money from here to there type items into the DHHS management portion of the budget, and leaving more initiatives that are really focused on what the particular program is trying to carry out with the program. So I just wanted you to understand that, because you won't see everything Maine Center for Disease Control and Prevention today. There just will be some lines from many accounts that are doing these types of transfers. Seeing no questions, I'll move on to line 164 and 165. This is in the DHHS Central Operations, account 0142. This continues one limited period Public Service Coordinator 2 position, previously continued by a financial order and funded 60% general fund and 40% other special revenue funds in the Central Operations Program, and provides funding for related all other. This position ends on June 17th, 2023. Right, not seeing any questions there. I'll move on to lines 166 through 196. This is an initiative that is similar to something that was in the supplemental budget. It reduces funding one time for employee mileage reimbursements by 15% due to a decrease in travel during the COVID-19 pandemic and based on prior year expenditures. It's in many different accounts, so I won't read all the accounts, but if you're interested in which ones are having a decrease and by how much, you can see the actual line in the document.
So this would be a block approval of all these when it comes time to vote on these, or turn them down? And
generally, yeah, in the past, that's generally what's been done with all the initiatives that are lumped together, is
okay.
a large vote.
And those aren't rolled up anywhere that I see.
Meaning what the total is?
Yes.
I did not have it on here, no, but I can certainly tell you rather quickly, because I have a separate document that has all these lines.
Yeah, and it's less specific to this particular one, although I am curious, but we also mentioned the various section impacts that were referenced in the budget, so we could understand what's happening under section 19 and as an example. So that rolled up expense would be helpful for a big picture view.
Okay, I can definitely come up with that for this. I did do it for a number of other items that are large groups, all the different program consolidations. When we get to those, the FMAP, I have a separate document that outlines the total impact of that, and the Revenue Forecasting Committee changes, I have a document that outlines those impacts. I just did not do it for this particular item, but I can do that so that when it comes time for voting, we have that document.
Okay, thank you for that. Representative Perry had a question.
Well, just a question. I know I may have asked this question before, but this is due to the differential in travel as a result of the pandemic. So as we're moving forward, how are they working this that there will be enough for travel moving forward in the next 2 years? Is there a formula or something they went by?
Yeah, this is Ben. We included that language. The supplemental just talked about it being due to the COVID pandemic. We added language here that says based on prior year expenditures. So like any budget, we don't spend exactly what we're appropriated every year, and we were comfortable making across the board reduction to help fulfill the savings requirements that we needed to fulfill. So, and just for your awareness, the fiscal 22 total here is 443,000. I believe the supplemental one was 377,000 in fiscal 21.
I guess my question is, in planning forward, is this going to be within livable limits as transportation and home visits and whatever happens picks up?
I believe it will be, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
I would also note Representative Perry to that question, that this is a one-time change. It reduces funding one time for employee mileage reimbursement. So it's for the biennium, the entire biennium. But after that, this particular change goes away. What's then done in the next budget is a whole different question. But I just wanted you to know that that was what this initiative did. So next, we'll move on to lines 197 and 198. These are both in DHHS Central Operations, account 0142. This reduces funding one time in the Department of Health and Human Services Central Operations Program due to savings achieved by office space consolidation. The two lines are because there is a savings both in general fund and other special revenue. All right, not seeing any questions. We'll move on to line 199. This is in the department-wide account 0640. This reduces funding one time from the identification of efficiencies and underutilized professional services agreements. So just a quick explanation of the department-wide account. What happens with this account generally is a flat savings number is put into the department-wide account, and then the department through the year identifies where those savings have occurred and transfers the money from whichever account the savings happened into this department-wide account. That's what this account's purpose is. All right, not seeing any questions there. I'll move on to line 200. This is the Division of Licensing and Certification, account Z036. It reduces funding as a result of ongoing efficiencies in the Division of Licensing and Certification program. Seeing any questions? Line 201. This is also in the Division of Licensing and Certification, account Z036. It transfers and reallocates one senior healthcare financial analyst position from 35% general fund and 65% other special revenue funds to 100% other special revenue funds within the same program, and transfers funding. So this is actually lines 201, 202, and 203. And you can see that there is a decrease in the general fund and an increase in the other special revenue lines.
So is it fair to say that the administration is always looking for an opportunity to roll out of general funds and into special other, especially federal funds as they become available? Is that a?
I'll give the more generic response. It's not that looking for these things so much as they do a plan every year, a cost allocation plan that defines what each position did the previous year. It's based on the actual work that each position did. And they identify when positions are doing different work than they may have done in previous years and thus are available for additional funding. That's sort of the generic reason for a lot of these changes. I'll leave it to Ben if there's anything additional he'd like to add.
Yeah, that's right. And this is compliance oriented. It happens to generate general fund as well, savings. And part of the process of scrubbing contracts and developing the budget to generate savings, given the financial situation that we are facing as a state, was to look across our programs and portfolio to identify savings like this. This has no impact to clients. It has no impact to the service delivery of the programs we operate. So we tried to promote and make sure that we are capturing these when there was an ability to maximize other revenues, other funding sources, whether those were federal or otherwise.
Okay. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we'll move on to line 204. And this is lines 204, 205, 206, and 207. And this transfers funding for an advocacy contract from the Developmental Services Community Program, Office of Advocacy BDS Program, and the Brain Injury Program, General Fund, to the Office of Main Care Services Program, Federal Expenditures Fund. So again, you can see over here, there is a reduction in 3 general fund lines in developmental services, Office of Advocacy, and Brain Injury. And then there's an increase in the Federal Expenditures Fund in Office of Main Care Services.
Yes, Representative Perry.
Forgive me, but I guess the question I have, we're doing these transfers. Is there a requirement that there be a certain amount of general fund expended in order for these federal funds to be present?
I wouldn't think about it in those terms. We had the ability to move these funds, like we just discussed with Senator Claxton, had the ability and capacity to fund them on the federal side as opposed to the general fund side. So as in our process of developing the budget and assembling the savings opportunities, these types of initiatives, we prioritize because they generate general fund savings with no impact to programs. So in theory, though, you're right. I mean, we potentially we might not have the ability to push the room on the federal side to cover the costs with a federal grant, and we obviously wouldn't propose that if that was the case, but we did in this case and many others.
And I think, Representative Perry, that's a good question for me to just expound on a little more at the general level with federal grants. There are the different kinds of grants. If it's a federal block grant, there's usually some sort of MOE, which is a maintenance of effort, where you must be spending a certain amount of money to get the block grant. There are some other grants that work under the same principles. And then a lot of the funding in the main care program, which comes from the Federal Expenditures Fund, it's not about any sort of MOE requirement, but simply for every single claim you pay, the state must pay its percentage. You only get the FMAP for each claim. So, currently minus the 6.2%, that number is around 63%. I think it's near 70% with the 6.2% increase we have right now because of the federal emergency, the public health emergency. So every single claim that goes through, the state pays 30% to the feds 70%. But that's, in general, that's something that the department I know is constantly keeping tabs on, is are we meeting our MOE to keep the federal funding coming in that we need? Seeing no additional questions, I'll move on to line 208 and 209. This is in the Developmental Services Community Program, and this reallocates 3 MHDD caseworker positions, 2 Human Services caseworker supervisor positions, 6 Human Services caseworker positions, and 1 regional supervisor position from 100% general fund in the Developmental Services Community Program to various ratios between the general fund in the Developmental Services Community Program and federal expenditures fund in the Office of Main Care Services Program to align positions with duties and adjust all other. So what I'll note there is that because you're having so many positions moving, the amount of federal funding that is available to cover those positions is different depending on what the position is and the work it's doing, which is why it just notes that it's at various ratios. But the key is that the general fund is going down just over 300,000 and the federal expenditures fund is going up by just over 300,000 in the main care program. We'll move on to lines 210 and 211. Line 210 is in the Office of Aging and Disability Services Adult Protective Services Program, and line 211 is in the Office of Main Care Services Program. And this reallocates 1 Human Services Caseworker Supervisor position from 100% general fund in the Office of Aging and Disability Services Adult Protective Services Program to 83% general fund in the ODES Adult Protective Services Program and 17% federal expenditures fund in the Office of Main Care Services. And again, here you can see the general fund is going down by just under 20,000 and federal expenditures going up by just over 20,000. Next, we'll move on to line 212. This is in the Division of Licensing and Certification Z036, and this adjusts funding to align with existing resources, and this is another special revenue allocation increase. Seeing no questions, I'll move on to lines 213, 214, and 215. And this is, all 3 lines are in the Maine Center for Disease Control and Prevention, account 0143. This reallocates the costs of 43 positions currently funded in the Federal Expenditures Fund and other special revenue funds to charge all positions within the Health and Environmental Testing Laboratory to the Federal Expenditures Fund, other special revenues, and general fund. Position allocation details on file with the Bureau of Budget. So what you can see here is that the increase is largely to the general fund. It's going up just under 2 million in 22 and just over 2 million in 23. And the other special revenue account is decreasing by similar amounts with small changes in the federal expenditures fund. No questions. I'll move on to line 216 and 217. These lines are both in the DHHS Central Operations, account 0142. It establishes 1 senior legal advisor position, subject to appointment by the Commissioner of Health and Human Services, and provides related all other costs. I'll just note that these 2 lines go along with language part RR, which we'll discuss when we get to the language part of the budget. Not seeing any questions. I'll move on to line 218 and 219. Both of these lines are in the Maine Center for Disease Control and Prevention, account 0143. It reallocates the cost of 16 various positions within the Health Inspection Program. Position detail is on file with the Bureau of Budget. And you'll see here, this is an increase of near 550,000 in the general fund in both years, and a decrease of the same amount in other special revenue. Next, we'll move to line 220. I'll note with this that really what you're voting on for these lines is the actual language part. The reason they're on this document and the reason I put them in here is that within our system, our being OFPR, our budget system where we do all the budget, these transfers need to be in the system for us to keep tabs on everything. And since they're in the system, I kept them on the document just for everyone to see. So we'll talk about it here, but we'll also talk about it with language part BBB. This is in the General Assistance Reimbursement to Cities and Towns account 0130. And what the language does is, notwithstanding any other provisional law, 3 million of unencumbered balance forward from the Department of Health and Human Services General Assistance Reimbursement to Cities and Towns General Fund Carrying Account, all other line category, lapses to the unappropriated surplus of the general fund no later than June 30th, 2022. So what this is doing is taking funding that normally does not lapse because it's in a carrying account, and it lapses a portion of it to put it into the unappropriated surplus of the general fund. That's just, it's essentially transferring the money to the general fund to be used for other purposes.
But it doesn't show up in the last two columns.
No, because it's the last two columns there are only for expenditures. So that's only going to be appropriations and allocations. Transfers are handled separately in the budget. They're in a different place, but we needed it in our system to account for it.
Mhm.
So what you really need to worry about is it's the 3 million of funding that is going to be lapsed to the unappropriated surplus.
Yes, Representative Javner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to really understand this. So is this telling me that in the general fund account, there's $3 million?
For funding to be able to be lapsed, yes, there has to be funding available in the account. And these are carrying accounts which have probably not been fully spent for years. Generally, with a general fund account, you don't spend to zero. And so funding that is left in a carrying account just carries from year to year to year. And what this specifically does is lapses a portion of it and sends it to the general fund.
That is so very interesting. Thank you.
So to follow up on that question from Representative Javner, can you give me a ballpark of what a typical balance is in the HHS general fund? Sort of day to day, do we run?
Honestly, I don't know in the entire DHHS budget because it's not something I'd look at on an ongoing basis.
Sure.
I think as I mentioned yesterday when we were talking about main care specifically, I know that at the end of the year in main care, we usually have 10, 15, 20 million left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that's been common in those accounts. I don't know within the entirety of DHHS. It's just not something I've tapped on.
So this is, we're pretty sure there's enough left over in that account to make this transfer. Is that what that says?
By putting the language in the budget, the department is saying they believe they'll have that much at the end.
Yeah.
I think Ben could speak to it more if he felt the need, but by putting the language in, I'm assuming they're expecting to have that much money available at the end of state fiscal year 2022, because it says the funding should be transferred no later than June 30th, 2022.
That's right. I just to provide a little bit more context as well, I think what the reason why you don't see it in those two rightmost columns is those columns are representing current year appropriations or appropriations in 22 and 23. These are prior year balances. So the general assistance appropriation, which you can see in the pink document, the baseline remains unchanged.
Thank you. Does that answer your question any better, Representative Javner?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I really appreciate that. I just find it intriguing that this general assistance, we dealt with a general assistance bill last session, and now we're seeing that we have a lapsed balance of 3 million. It's very interesting.
Okay. Yes, Representative Perry.
I just think that we're talking about a different general assistance. I think the bills that we had was what towns get from the state to assist people in their communities. Whereas this general assistance is much more general.
No, this is that account. It's the general assistance that the state provides. It's the the state portion of the general assistance that gets provided by the cities and towns.
And you're accurate, Representative Japner. The changes, I believe it was LD 459, which changed the eligibility for those that, and included people experiencing homelessness as a recipient of general assistance. And we are monitoring that would come out of the current year appropriation. We're monitoring that closely because that will likely increase costs. But that would be paid out of if you look at the baseline appropriation for general assistance, that's where those costs come out of.
I would also note, just as a common description I have to give when we're talking about things like this, any funding that is available from a previous year is just a one-time chunk of money. So that's just something to be aware of. So when we're talking about doing something that changes a program and is going to increase the baseline ongoing, that's different than having a one-time chunk of funding available. So I just wanted to point out that difference, because it's something we have to talk about quite often when we're talking about any funding available in the main category. So,
Mr. Chair, may I?
Sure, please.
Thank you very much. Deputy Commissioner Mann, I appreciate greatly that comment you just made concerning that the department is following that closely. I appreciate that greatly.
Certainly.
Not seeing any other questions, I'll move on to line 221, and you'll see that the next three lines are similar to the line we just discussed. They're all language parts that are about lapsed balances. The next one is in the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families Program, 0138. This lapses $5 million of unencumbered balance forward from the Department of Health and Human Services Temporary Assistance to Needy Families General Fund Carrying Account, all other, and lapses it to the unappropriated surplus of the general fund no later than June 30th, 2022. And this is this refers to language part CCC. Next is line 222, and this is in the additional support for people in retraining and employment, the Aspire program, account 0146. And notwithstanding any other provisional law, this lapses $10 million of unencumbered balance forward from the Department of Health and Human Services, Aspire program, Aspire General Fund Carrying Account, all other line, and lapses it to the unappropriated surplus of the general fund no later than June 30th, 2022. And this is in reference to language part DDD. And the final lapsing line is line 223. And this is in the medical care payment to providers account 0147. And notwithstanding any other provisional law, 60 million of unencumbered balance forward from the Department of Health and Human Services. And I have to make a note here that this says medical care services general fund carrying account. I do believe that's meant to be medical care payment to providers carrying account. So we'll just need to keep tabs on that. I'll make sure from Ben that that is correct. And if so, when we are voting on the language part specifically, we'll need to make sure that we account for this change. And so this lapses 60 million from that account to the unappropriated surplus of the general fund no later than June 30th, 2022. And this is in reference to language part EE.
Yes, Senator Moore.
I just had a question in my mind, especially going back to the TANF. One time when we were talking about that working cars for working people and how the money had been set aside. So I guess, Ben, my question would be, is that this unencumbered balance forward, was that somewhat similar of where that money was thought to come from? And again, it was the first in is the first out. So that balance was actually used and it wasn't just sitting aside there. Is that how that money is used or held up and held back, or how does that work?
That's a completely reasonable and appropriate question. It's not a direct parallel, though. The original Working Cars for Working Families program directed the department to use particular, it was all federal block grant. It was no state dollars. These are state dollars that we're talking about here.
Okay.
And there is that first in, first out requirement on block grant. So it itemized specific years that have since been spent. The federal block grant, you can think about just like the federal match, what Luke was referring to as the maintenance of effort. We have a maintenance of effort account on TANF. So there's state funds, and then there's the federal match, which is where the Working Cars for Working Families funding was directed to come out of, and what the transitional transportation funding will also come out of that federal block grant.
Gotcha.
Slightly different.
That helps explain it. Thank you.
So these several are allocations that we've done that exceeded our expenditures, and now they revert to the general fund and are unencumbered any longer.
Let me just be clear that these are all general funds, so anything we did was an appropriation, not an allocation.
Thank you.
Just want to make sure we use the right word, because that does get confusing. So this was funding that was appropriated at one point in time in a carrying account that has carried, and so this lapses what may be many years worth of
Yep.
that carrying.
Thank you for that. Okay, I don't see any other questions.
So next, we'll move on to two lines that they're not lumped together because they are their own individual line, but you'll notice that the initiative just says reclassifications. So I'll just briefly explain what this means. These do not show up in Part A of the budget. These are in Part B, which is why they don't have a traditional initiative text. So reclassifications generally happen, and I think Deputy Commissioner Mann spoke to this during the public hearing a bit. They're usually employee initiated reclassifications, where an employee thinks the work they're doing is in a different position, class of position, than the one they're currently in. There's a whole process for that. And if that reclassification is approved, then the funding needs to be caught up to where that new reclassification is. So what these two lines are doing, one in ODE Central Office, account 0140, and one in the main CDC, account 0143, is doing a reclassification of positions. And so you can see in both cases, the funding is in the federal expenditures fund.
Yes, Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is just to better understand what unencumbered means. Could you please give an example? I know this was for the previous lines, but example of what encumbered means versus unencumbered?
Sure. So the way that we sort of track funding in the system is not all expenditures go out the door on day one of something occurring. There are contracts that we have that are slowly paid over time. And what happens is when you encumber a contract, you essentially set aside the money. So if you have a $100,000 contract, on day one of encumbering the contract, you'll set aside that $100,000, the full amount of the contract, and it's then considered encumbered. So the funding that's unencumbered is funding that has either not been spent or not encumbered on a contract. So that money is not outstanding to be paid for something else. So it's the money that is not intended to be spent at the moment.
Thank you.
Okay.
So with that, we have gotten through all the lines of the DHHS management portion of the budget. So now we'll move on to the language, and we'll start there with line 487, which is part MM. This part accomplishes the following. One, it changes the representatives that inspect establishments from the Office of Main Care Services to the Division of Licensing and Certification. And 2, it removes a requirement that the department conduct a single coordinated inspection of a facility duly licensed as a nursing home and as an assisted housing facility. This requirement is not feasible as nursing facilities are inspected based on their federal certification requirement, which varies year to year between 9 to 15 months. And assisted housing licensure inspections are done every 2 years to coincide with the term of the licensure. Not seeing any more questions there. I'll move to line 491, part QQ. And this part changes the frequency of life safety inspections from annual to prior to issuance of the license, which is every 2 years. Next is line 492. And this part, language part RR, relates to line 216 and 217 that we just looked at in the initiative section of the budget. This part establishes a senior legal advisor within the Department of Health and Human Services that is appointed by the commissioner and serves at the pleasure of the commissioner. Not seeing any questions.
Senator Moore had a question.
Just real quick, I'm trying to understand what exactly is this senior legal advisor going to be doing? Do we know?
So we have Ms. Bogart. It was one of the questions I was going to ask for the work session. But if we could move Ms. Bogart into the meeting, maybe she has an answer. Because I understand. Go ahead, Mr. Mann.
Thanks. Molly is more than welcome to chime in as well. We are, as was pointed out during the public testimony, we work obviously closely with the Attorney General's shop, and the attorneys for the state are centralized there. There's also, this would help our coordination and collaboration with them, doing legal research on various pieces of programmatic of our programs. There are other appointed positions for senior legal resources in other departments. The DHHS doesn't have one. We run quite a broad portfolio over here, and I think it would help both the Attorney General, who's supportive of this initiative, as well as our program offices in terms of compliance and just understanding authorities that we have.
Since we invited you in, Molly, did you have anything that you wanted to add to that?
Ben's got it covered. Thanks.
Okay. And I see a question from Representative Stover.
I'm going to pass for now. I think my question was answered.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to line 497, which is part WW. This part authorizes the Department of Health and Human Services to adopt emergency rules to implement any provisions of this act over which it has specific authority that has not been addressed by some other part of the act without the necessity of demonstrating that immediate adoption is necessary to avoid a threat to public health, safety, or welfare. And I'll just note that this is pretty standard language that's done each year of the budget, just to give them the authority to implement it in an emergency fashion.
Representative Stover, do you have a question, or is your hand still up?
I think I didn't put my hand down.
That's okay.
Thank you. Done.
All right.
So next we'll move on to line 502. This is part BBB. And this is the language that goes along with the lapsing of the $3 million in the general assistance reimbursement to cities and towns program, which was line 220 in the green document. Line 503 is part CCC. This part lapses the $5 million in the temporary assistance to needy families program, which was line 221 in the green document. Next is line 504, which is part triple D. This part lapses 10 million in the Department of Health and Human Services Aspire program. And this was line 222 in the green document. And the last part that we'll be looking at today is line 505, which is part triple E. And this part lapses 60 million from the medical care payments to provider account in 21-22. This was line 223 in the green document. And again, I do think the language needs to be changed to say medical care payments to providers instead of medical care services.
Okay.
Seeing no other questions, that is all the lines we had to review for today. For this morning, I should say.
For this morning, please. Yes, Senator Moore.
I guess one of the questions that comes to mind is that we are going through this and lapsing these unencumbered balances. And it sounds like that has not been done in quite some time. Why are we doing it all of a sudden?
That's a good question. The answer is that it was part of the overall budget that when we developed the budget, we needed to make, as you've heard me say previously, trade-offs and generate savings to make sure that our budget is balanced and that we're able to fund the priorities that we have. So in addition, I've those savings are maximizing other revenues like FMAP changes or making sure that we're utilizing federal grants where possible to generate general fund savings. They take the form of program efficiencies like the mileage reimbursement reduction, or consolidating contracts or things like that. And the third, the final area is compliance and rate parity of where we are making savings, proposing savings based on making sure that rates are consistent across providers and also for compliance reasons. I think this is another, these funds were available and they don't have a significant program impact. So in an effort to assemble a budget that is prudent and make sure it balances spending and savings, it's part of the savings package that we're putting forward.
All set, Senator Moore. Okay, yes, Representative Javner.
I apologize. Thank you, Chair. I missed a few of the lines. My device died, so I had to come back in. So maybe I missed this piece here with the 60 million. Are all of our providers, they're up to date? I mean, we're up to date with paying out what needs to be paid and everybody's good?
Everybody's good. The 60 million is, the reason it's unencumbered balance is because it is from the 6.2% FMAP increase from fiscal 20, so the previous fiscal year. The public health emergency was put in place, I believe, on March 11th of 2020. Recall the FMAP increase is tied to that public health emergency because we are prohibited from closing out anyone on Medicaid insurance, and it's also there to cover the likely increases in enrollment based on the fact that Medicaid is countercyclical and more people join Medicaid when the economy worsens. The FMAP was retroactive to January 1, so that there was 2 quarters from January through March, and then March through or April through June of 2020 that had the that 6.2% FMAP increase. So that this is lapsing those funds from fiscal 20 that were not used at that time.
Thank you very much.
Representative Stover.
I just had a question, Mr. Mann. Usually in the construction of the department's budget, you put forth your best thinking around what you think the uses are going to be and the sources of revenue. And And at the end of every budget cycle, there's cost savings typically. And typically that look like this. Not always 60 million or not always 13 million, but there's cost savings because you projected your best thinking about what the uses were going to be, and maybe it didn't happen that way, or maybe the match was there. And anyway, that's pretty typical, right?
Oh, you're still muted, Mr. Mann. Sorry about that.
I'm better than that. Apparently not. For main care in particular.
No, just in general, there were several categories today where it's like general fund savings, where the best thinking went forward, and these savings are from, it wasn't used, just wasn't needed.
I think that's generally accurate. I think, just as a function of any budget, you typically don't spend the full amount that you budget. Otherwise, for main care, for example, if we tried to spend more than we had allocated, we would not be able to pay providers. So we need to keep a modest reserve in that case. And like, for example, we talked about SSI before as well, and we were requesting an increase in that because of the cost of living adjustment and the increase in caseload, so that we can ensure that we can cover costs in future years for 22 and 23 related to that, based on the growing population and the growing costs due to increasing benefits.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Okay. So that sounds like we finished up this portion of the day. Any other comments from Luke or Anna or Aaron? So, so Luke, you're getting good at guessing about how long something like this will take. So, and thank you for your flexibility in allowing us to schedule a Monday hearing in a week or so. Sorry about that. I won't say whose idea it was. So I'll entertain a motion to adjourn for right now. We reconvening at 1 o'clock to hear 2 bills.
I make the motion.
And there's a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor of adjourning until 1 o'clock. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Thank you, Mr. Mann. Thank you, Luke.
Oops.
Check the mail.
Yep, just got back in.
Did anyone get their packet today?
Senator Claxton.
My mail didn't come yet, but I used up quite a bit of ink this morning.
Senator Meyer, your SAP must be running like crazy
It is. SAP is running today. The sun's out, it's mild. It was very
like-
cold last night.
It's 40, it's like in the mid 40s here.
We'll be boiling this weekend.
Yay.
Too many pieces of paper. So it's 1 o'clock. Looks like we have a quorum. And so we'll go ahead and get started. This is the afternoon meeting of the Committee on Health and Human Services. We'll be hearing a couple bills today, starting with number 265 and then hearing 372. There are people in the attendees list who'd like to testify. One each who'd like to offer. Welcome, Senator Carney. Then we'll go to a work session in the afternoon. So for those who are joining us, why don't we quickly go around the virtual horseshoe and start with Representative Griffin. Introduce yourself.
My name is Abigail Griffin. I represent House District 102, which is Glenburn, Levain, and Cadescade.
Representative Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. My name is John Connor. I represent House District 58, which is part of Lewiston.
Representative Craven from another part of Lewiston.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Margaret Craven and I represent District 59, which is part of Lewiston.
And Representative Lemelin, yes?
Yes, I'm Michael Lemlin. I represent District 88, Chelsea, Jefferson, Whitefield, and half of Noblesboro.
Representative Stover.
Thank you. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 89, including the towns of Boothbay, Boothbay Harbor, Southport, Edgecombe, West Port Island, and part of South Bristol.
Representative Perry.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Ann Perry, representing House District 140, which includes Indian Township, Beattyville, Barron, Calais, Charlotte, Robinson, Perry, Pembroke, and Pleasant Point.
Representative Javner.
Good afternoon. I am Representative Kathy Javner, and I represent House District 141, which is located in Penobscot and Washington County.
Senator Moore.
Good afternoon. I'm Mary Ann Moore, and I represent Senate District 6, which is all of Washington County, as well as Goldsboro, Winter Harbor, and Sullivan in Hancock County as well.
Representative Meyer.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Michelle Meyer, serving Southern Maine's House District 2, which is Elliott and parts of South Berwick and Kittery.
And I'm Ned Claxton. I serve Senate District 20, which consists of Auburn, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester. Welcome, Representative Zager. Would you care to introduce yourself, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please forgive me for my tardiness. Sam Zager, represent District 41 in Portland.
I don't think apologies are in order as we try and juggle multiple commitments, so don't worry about that part. We're also ably joined by our wonderful staff people. I see Erin is here.
Good afternoon. My name is Erin Dooling. I'm a legislative analyst with the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis. I just wanted to direct your attention to your virtual files on the two bills that you'll have this afternoon. Neither one has received a preliminary fiscal impact statement yet, but they both have markups of related current law and similar bills that were introduced in the 129th session. And that's on the committee materials page.
Yeah, thank you for that. And also our amazing clerk.
My name is Carrie Withy, and I'm the clerk for the Health and Human Services Committee.
Okay, is there any other business to conduct before we get started? You can join us on the YouTube channel by going to legislature.maine.gov and looking up the committee HHS. So let's welcome Senator Carney to introduce the first bill, LD 265. He would, thank you.
Good afternoon. It's lovely to be here. I miss your actual committee room, which usually is has flowers and other things that remind us of all of the wonderful things about being together. My name is Ann Carney. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and esteemed members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I represent Senate District 29, the community of South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, and Scarborough. I'm pleased to introduce LD 265, an act to provide access to affordable postpartum care. I did provide your clerk with an exported PDF version of this bill that contains hyperlinks to some of the resources, and I just wanted to call that to your attention. This bill fixes a gap in pregnancy care for Mainers with low incomes by extending coverage from 60 days to 12 months for Mainers of postpartum care. During the postpartum period, new mothers deal with multiple medical conditions that impact their health and ability to care for their newborns. Complications from childbirth, pelvic floor disorders, pain, concerns related to lactation, depression, and other conditions often require treatment in the year following birth. Loss of Medicaid at 60 days deprives women of the ability to address their physical and mental health needs during the year following birth, and it also affects infants' emotional and cognitive development. Traditionally, postpartum care was viewed as ending with a single 6-week checkup. Healthcare providers now approach postpartum care in a new way. This is a quote from a Kaiser Family Foundation issue briefing on the topic. Postpartum care encompasses a range of important health needs, including recovery from childbirth, follow-up on pregnancy complications, management of chronic health conditions, access to family planning, and addressing mental health conditions. While postpartum care has traditionally centered around one clinical visit, 6 to 8 weeks after delivery, there has been a paradigm shift that emphasizes that postpartum care is an ongoing process that typically requires multiple visits and follow-up care that may last a year or even longer. This is particularly important for those who experience pregnancy complications or have chronic conditions such as hypertension or diabetes. Maternal mortality has increased in the United States despite a declining rate internationally. The US CDC began monitoring maternal mortality in 1987, and rates have increased steadily from 7.2 deaths per 100,000 live births to 17.3 deaths per 100 live births in 2017, the latest year for which information is available. I believe you have testimony from Maine Health that talks specifically about maternal mortality in Maine that you'll hear later. Rates are highest for non-Hispanic Black women at 41.7 deaths, and the lowest for Hispanic or Latina women at 11.6 deaths per 100,000. A national call for action has been the response. In January 2021, the Medicaid and CHIP Payment Access Commission, which is nicknamed MACPAC, voted to recommend that Congress act to guarantee 12 months of postpartum coverage for pregnant individuals in Medicaid with a 100% federal match, and to align the policy in states that expand CHIP coverage to pregnant women. On February 5th, 2021, national, state, and local organizations, including the American Academy of Family Physicians, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American College of Nurse Midwives, the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecologists, and the American College of Osteopathic Obstetricians and Gynecologists all advocated for federal funding for postpartum care for a full year. In a letter, they urged the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Center for Medicaid and Medicare and Medicaid Services to, quote, act as soon as possible to approve pending Section 1115 demonstration projects aimed at extending postpartum coverage to a full year after the end of pregnancy. The letter also encouraged the Biden administration to, quote, take all possible steps to work with states to extend comprehensive coverage to a full year after the end of pregnancy, regardless of health condition. Insurance coverage through MaineCare will give women access to the postpartum care they need. They will experience better health outcomes and reduce risk of maternal mortality. The health of their infants will be improved. And coverage can provide treatment for smoking cessation and substance use disorder during a time that women might experience relapse. Approximately 20 states, including Maine, are considering or have extended postpartum coverage to women with low incomes in order to reduce maternal mortality and improve women's and infants' health outcomes. I want to explain the scope and cost of this bill. It fixes a narrow gap in MaineCare coverage. Currently, women with family incomes up to 138% of the federal poverty level have continued coverage due to Medicaid expansion. This bill does not apply to them. Women with family incomes between 138 and 209 of the federal poverty level are eligible for MaineCare during pregnancy and for 60 days following the birth of a child. After that, they lose coverage and they lose access to care during a medically vulnerable phase of their lives. If enacted, LD 265 would allow approximately 700 women to receive a full year of postpartum care. The combined federal and state cost to provide 10 additional months of Medicaid coverage would be about $1,500 per person on average in 2022. Currently, federal matching funds are only available for the first 60 days, though MACPAC and key stakeholders are advocating for that federal funding to cover 100% of the costs. LD 265 plans for this uncertainty by directing Maine's Department of Health and Human Services to submit a waiver or state plan amendment request to implement the provisions of this legislation. If Congress does not provide for 12 months of postpartum coverage at the 100% federal match, and the waiver or state plan amendment is not granted, the department is directed to implement the coverage using federal funds as allowed, and then using the general fund. And I did want to call to your attention that there was a fiscal note prepared on this legislation in the 129th legislature. I believe that this fiscal note relates only to a 6 months rather than a 12-month coverage, but that fiscal note indicated that general funds in the amount of $577,000 would be needed to implement the legislation if it came to general funds being required. Acting now to provide MaineCare for a full 12 months following delivery will allow women whose incomes fall between 138 and 209% of poverty to receive medical treatment for complications of pregnancy, difficulty breastfeeding, depression, and other health conditions that make it hard for them to care for themselves and their newborns. Women will also have access to treatment to prevent or address smoking cessation and substance use disorder. I urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 265. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration. I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you for introducing the legislation, Senator Carney. Are there any questions from the committee of the senator? Yes, Representative Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Carney, for presenting this. My question is, what currently happens now at the end of 60 days for those mothers and those children? And then what will happen at the end of 1 year of coverage if nothing else changes? What happens then is my question.
Okay, so I'll take that in two chunks. First, what happens now after 60 days is that typically women lose coverage and aren't able to get care for example, postpartum depression that arose after that 60-day cutoff. Or even, there are some women who end up having hypertension or gestational diabetes that require continuing medical care after the 60 days, and they just don't have the ability to afford that care. And that's, I think, why we're seeing the increased rates of maternal mortality. So, and right now, what would happen, well, if this legislation were implemented and coverage was extended for a full year, at the end of that full year, you would have the same consequence. Actually, those people would indeed lose coverage, but they would have had a full year of adequate healthcare coverage during the first year of their infant's life. And I think that's one of, I think, the most compelling things about this legislation is that it pairs the adequate health care for brand new parents, and it enables them to provide more adequately for their children. Basically, if their healthcare and mental health care needs are met, then they'll be able to provide better care to their babies.
Thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Representative Javner, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I did, and then I found the answer to my question. So thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions from Senator Carney? So at this point, we'll entertain the attendance of those who would like to testify in support of this legislation. And I see several people here, I assume some of whom would like to testify in support. So looks like Senator Brenner's here. Were you looking to support this piece of legislation?
Thank you so much. Yes, I am.
Go right ahead.
Senator Claxton, Representative Mayer, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I'm Senator Stacey Brenner, and I represent Senate District 30, which includes Gorham, most of Scarborough, and part of Buxton. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon. I'm in front of you today to speak in support of LD 265, an act to provide women access to affordable postpartum care. I've had the honor of delivering hundreds of babies as a nurse midwife, and some are the children of your fellow legislators in the 130th. Being present at the birth was a highlight of my journey with the family, with the woman as she became a mother, sometimes for the first time and sometimes for the third. But what I enjoyed more than anything as a provider were the postpartum visits. These visits were opportunities to process the labor and birth, explore the new mother role, and set the trusting basis for ongoing well woman healthcare. And many times it made the most sense to continue having visits to follow up on complications discovered during pregnancy, like diabetes and postpartum depression, that continued well beyond those first 60 days. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists have issued a statement urging the states and the federal government to increase coverage for postpartum period from 60 days to 12 months. The rationale behind these statements are outlined extensively in the link provided at the bottom of my testimony. What I'd rather tell you about is the real story of women in that first 60 days, that first 12 months. I'm not sure how many of you are mothers or perhaps fathers who remember that first 2 months or that first year. I have a very vague memory of those times myself. It was a blur. And at some point during that time, we mothers learn to breastfeed. We have a crash course in infant development, and we try to remember how to take a shower and how to eat. Between the lack of sleep, the pediatric visits, the immunization schedule, and a plan for how to go back to work and afford childcare, the last thing a new mom is considering is herself. She's embarked on the phase of life which includes knowing selfless love, and for many, this means their own healthcare comes last. Missing the postpartum follow-up visit could mean a missed opportunity for a woman to connect with her nurse midwife, to set up long-term follow-up for high blood pressure, diabetes, and a debilitating depression. Long-term, this can have grave impacts on child development. A well-cared for, healthy mother will parent better and arrive each day and night with more agency to care for her family. A woman who misses the opportunity to follow up in the first 2 months under our current model may very well be lost to care. And these women in Maine and across the country are more often than not Black, Indigenous, Tribal, or Latina. Racial and ethnic disparities are magnified in maternal child health care when women lack access to care. I urge you to support women, children, and families and vote ought to pass on LD 265. There is no greater measure for the health of a nation than its maternal morbidity and mortality rate, which is measured by the federal CDC up to 12 months postpartum. Thank you and be well.
Thank you for that testimony. We're also joined by Destiny Holman Sprague. If you'd like to go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate being here. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the Joint Standing Committee. I join you today on behalf of the Maine Women's Lobby. For over 40 years, we have advocated for public policy that increases the health, wellness, safety, and economic security of Maine women and girls. We're here today in support of LD 265, and I want to thank Senator Carney for sponsoring this important bill and for all of her work to champion the health of women and children in Maine. Maternal health and mortality in Maine and the United States, as we've addressed here today already, is among the worst in the developed world. We're one of the only countries in the world without paid family leave and the only developed country without universal health care. And as a result, we experience significantly higher rates of maternal and infant mortality and decreased maternal and postpartum health. The burden of this ill health falls disproportionately on women of color, Black and Indigenous women, low income and rurally located women. I have a range of statistics here in my testimony, but they really are quite surprising even for people who are familiar with these statistics. So, not only being among the worst in wealthy nations for maternal mortality, but we also know that it's a real issue of racial equity, that among African Americans who are pregnant and seeking to access prenatal or postnatal care, they are disproportionately on Maine care, disproportionately low income, and have much higher maternal mortality rates than white women. Ongoing access to healthcare can help mitigate some of these ill effects and the racial disparity. We also know that lower income parents are much more likely to have barriers to ongoing coverage, exactly the population that this bill will support. More than 40% of lower income people in Maine receive no health care in the year prior to their most recent pregnancy. We know those are specifically the people who will have less access after birth, and that this bill is seeking to address. We also know that women who report postpartum depression are significantly more likely to be insured by Maine Care. And so again, the population that we can potentially mitigate the effects of with this bill. Investing in the health and wellness of people who give birth, not only before birth, but throughout that following year while families are settling in, supports babies, parents, our workforce, our healthcare system by allowing people to access the care that they need when they need it. And it's also an issue of equity that could improve outcomes for all Mainers, regardless of gender, class, race, or ethnicity. It's time to make this investment, and we sincerely hope that you will vote yes on LD 265. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for being here. Are there any questions? None from the committee that I see. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
That brings us to Isabella Taylor. Welcome to unmute yourself and join us in testimony.
Thank you. Dear Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer and other esteemed members of the Health and Human Services Committee, my name is Isabella Taylor, and I'm a family medicine resident over at Central Maine Medical Center over in Lewiston. I completely support this bill, not only on behalf of my many patients who I've helped in prenatal care, delivered their patients in postpartum care, but also myself as a new mom to a 6-month-old. We know motherhood, especially new motherhood, does not stop at 60 days. Thank you, Senator Carney, for presenting initially all the important facts and whatnot. So I don't want to dwell on that too much. And like she said, the standard of care is after a 6-week postpartum visit with their obstetrician, a lot of these moms are left to their own devices. And without appropriate coverage, there's not enough a safe way to transition them from their obstetricians back to me, their family medicine doctor. And what I really want to focus on when I see these patients is to get them, if they're high risk, if they had high blood pressure, diabetes in their pregnancy, they're at much higher risk of lifetime complications of those things. And it's my job to make sure that they have access to me, to make sure that they can continue to address those things, not only in that first year, but that set them up for the rest of their lives. ACOG has shown that in a study in 2018 that women with those complications of blood pressure and high diabetes have a 50% greater risk of lifetime cardiovascular disease, blood clots, and other complications from those. So we need to really transition them and set them up for the rest of their lives. We need to invest in Maine families. That's the bottom line. I have a 25-year-old patient now who just had her last baby 6 months ago. This is her 4th child, and she still needs the support after all that knowledge. She's dealing with a husband who's battling addiction. Zoom right now with her 4 other children is crazy for her, and for herself, she has ongoing breast pain, lactation problems, chest pain that we're trying to get to the bottom to. And those problems didn't stop at 60 days. They will likely last throughout the year, and I'll need to see her multiple times to get this figured out. As a new mother, I cannot imagine not having access to a physician. Even as a well-educated provider, I still need to talk to my doctor about many questions about being a new mom, and I can't imagine being someone who didn't have access to a doctor. My hope is all my postpartum patients and their families continue to have access for the first year of their infants' lives to set themselves up for success, as well as their loving families. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. I will point out that having been associated with the residency at CMMC for 40 years, it's the best one in the state. But glad you're here, glad you're there.
Thank you.
Take that, Representative Zager. So I do see a question from Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll leave your previous comment unaddressed, but I will extend an appreciative hand to Dr. Taylor for not only her sharing her story personally, but also her professional expertise. I appreciate you addressing the committee today.
Thank you, and thank you for your mentorship.
Any questions or other things for Ms. Taylor? So again, thank you for being here, Dr. Taylor. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else here who'd like to testify? I do see Kate Endy is here. Would you like to go ahead and testify, Kate?
Yes, please. Thank you. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the Committee on Health and Human Services, thank you for this opportunity to submit comments in support of this bill. My name is Kate Endy, and I'm the Policy Director at Consumers for Affordable Healthcare. We're a nonpartisan nonprofit organization that advocates for Maine people to be heard and respected and well served in a healthcare system that provides coverage and affordable care to all. We serve as the ombudsman program for Maine's Medicaid program, MaineCare, and through that help people with applying for and navigating the enrollment process for MaineCare coverage and CHIP, as well as transitioning to new coverage after they lose MaineCare. And so it's with that experience that we provide the following comments. You've already heard from a number of others about the statistics and that the US, unlike the rest of the developed world, has seen a rise in maternal mortality. So I won't continue repeating those, but I will say that allowing new moms to keep their Medicaid coverage for a full year could go a long way in improving maternal health and reducing the rate of preventable maternal death. And I'll just highlight that 31 states and the District of Columbia have already extended their Medicaid coverage for new mothers beyond the postpartum period of 60 days, and that there's a lot of complications that can come with transitioning into new coverage. Some people who are losing Medicaid might be eligible for a marketplace plan with a subsidy, but they'd have to enroll through special enrollment periods. There's additional paperwork and barriers there. And also there's been numerous studies showing that particularly for people with low income, premium and cost sharing requirements can reduce enrollment in coverage as well as reduce utilization of their coverage and accessing care. So just to give you an idea, somebody with an income of 200% of the federal poverty level would have to spend just over 6.5% of their income on the premium alone for the second cheapest silver plan available to them. For women in Kennebec County in Maine, that plan would have a deductible that's nearly $3,000. And so in terms of being able to access necessary health care, that could be an extremely prohibitive barrier. On top of that, there's a lot of administrative barriers and paperwork that can come up. And the fact that not everybody is able to qualify for a subsidy in the marketplace. Some women could fall into what's called the family glitch, which is essentially impacts working families where there's an offer of a employer coverage to cover a family that is not affordable, but that offer still keeps that family from qualifying for tax credits on the marketplace, as well as numerous other instances that I could will provide you in written testimony, so you can read at your leisure.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Endy? I don't see any. So again, thank you for being here. That brings us to Kathy Kilrain Del Rio.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Oh, I need my testimony open. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Kathy Kilrain Del Rio, and I'm the Director of Campaigns and Healthcare Advocacy for Maine Equal Justice, a nonprofit legal aid provider working to increase economic security, opportunity, and equity for people in Maine. I'm testifying in support of LD 265. As many others have stated, the importance of postpartum care cannot be overstated. Quite simply, it saves lives, and the need for that care doesn't end after 2 months. I won't go into all the data that you've heard from others, but just want to also add the importance of this as an opportunity to help address racial disparities when it comes to pregnancy-related deaths and infant mortality. And those disparities are also reflected in the deaths which occurred between 43 and 365 days postpartum when you look at the data, which is in my testimony. Postpartum care is needed for many reasons. For those with mental health issues or postpartum depression, which can manifest any time in the year following pregnancy, this will provide vital support. Postpartum care is recommended by the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists for people with substance use disorders because this period can make them particularly susceptible for relapse. Indeed, the loss of insurance and an interruption in access to care is considered a potential trigger for relapse. New parents can also get needed support with family planning options, which may vary for them during that first year after birth. We also just wanted to note and ask you to keep in mind, as well as the department, that women are not the only people who need postpartum care. Transgender men, non-binary people, and those who identify in ways other than as a woman who have given birth should be able to access this needed coverage and care. Language used in statute, rulemaking, and any communications about this type of care should keep those gender dynamics in mind. And as Kate talked about, well, there may be options on the ACA marketplace for coverage for people who fall into this income gap between the expansion category and the pregnancy category. There are a number of reasons why people may not be able to access or afford that coverage when their Medicaid coverage ends after 60 days. And I'll just note personally, when my son was born, he was 5 weeks early. We had spent 5 weeks in the NICU, and we're still really juggling like a very small, fragile baby when he came home for those next 3 weeks, which is when, if I had Medicaid coverage, it would have ended. I can't even imagine trying to navigate figuring out new health coverage in the state that I was in at that moment in time, let alone all the other things that can complicate life I was lucky enough to have leave and a supportive partner, but there's so many ways that time can be really challenging for families. It is clear to medical experts that postpartum care is needed beyond 60 days. We should be doing all we can to end preventable maternal and infant deaths, and we can do that by helping to pass this bill. So we urge your support. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? I don't see any, so that brings us to Michael Caveri, and I apologize if I've screwed up your last name, Michael.
Senator Claxton, you have it, which is rare in the legislature. Representative Meyer, members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Michael Cabetta, and you're all welcome to call me Michael. And I am policy counsel for the ACLU of Maine. On behalf of our members, I urge you to support this very important bill and thank Senator Carney for sponsoring it. In the United States, 700 women and gender nonconforming people who've just given birth die from pregnancy-related causes each year, and more than 50 others experience dangerous complications that could have killed them. This makes the United States the most dangerous place in the developed world to give birth. As you've heard, for people of color, the dangers of giving birth are even more severe. Black women are more than 3 times as likely to die from pregnancy-related complications as their white peers. Native Americans are more than twice as likely. In rural regions of Maine, people who give birth and their children are at a particularly acute risk. Women in rural areas must often travel an hour or more to receive reproductive care. Postpartum care can mitigate most, if not all, risk factors that make maternal mortality a problem for new mothers. According to the Maine Maternal, Fetal, and Infant Mortality Review Panel, risk factors regarding maternal mortality include patient lack of knowledge, lack of adherence or creation of medical regimens, misdiagnosis, delays in diagnosis, failures to screen, failures to follow up, and inadequate or absent systems of care, policies, and procedures. All of these can begin to be addressed by extending the postpartum care period. Maine also faces an acute population problem. This state has been losing population for several years and statistically has the highest average age in the country. According to the Maine Department of Labor, there are 100,000 fewer people aged 0 to 20 than those aged 40 to 60. And yet, despite the desperation with which we need safe and healthy children today, the medical support the state currently gives its indigent parents is a mere 60 days. By providing for 12 months of postpartum coverage, this committee would be taking an affirmative step to support those who have children, support those who take care of those children, and support the next generation of Mainers. We urge you to support LD 265, and thank you for your attention.
And thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Cabetti? I don't see any. Thank you again for being here. We've been joined by Nancy Green. If you'd like to unmute and testify, we'd like to listen.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the committee. A very special shout out to my wonderful friends, Ann Perry, Marianne Moore, Stacy Brenner, and a special thank you to Senator Carney for sponsoring this very important bill. My name is Nancy Green. I'm a certified nurse midwife with more than 28 years of experience in women's health. I am here to testify in support of LD 265. Maine Health strongly supports extending Maine care coverage for pregnant women to 12 months postpartum. According to the most recent Maine Maternal, Fetal, and Infant Mortality Review Panel annual report, in 2018, 19 of the pregnancy-associated deaths among Maine women, 77% of them occurred 43 to 365 days after the end of pregnancy. In most cases, when a woman's access to Maine care coverage has ended. Just think of that. As a certified nurse midwife, I have cared for thousands of women, both in a rural setting in Washington County and at Maine Medical Center in Portland. I have cared for patients who have pressing health challenges before and during their pregnancy, including, but not limited to, hypertension, diabetes, anemia, breast and cervical cancer, depression, and substance abuse disorder, which I promise you do not go away at 6 weeks postpartum. Over the years, I have encountered hundreds of women that desired either permanent or long-acting reversible contraception after pregnancy. But for a variety of reasons, were not able to attend their 6-week postpartum visit and could certainly not afford any form of contraception without insurance. In consequence, many of them, unfortunately, had a short pregnancy interval, which in many cases can become high risk and may actually lead to an increased risk for premature birth. And I'm sure if you don't know, I'm going to tell you now, the cost of NICU is about $6,000 a day. Another example, women who show pap smear abnormalities during their pregnancy are recommended to follow up at their 6-week postpartum visit for further evaluation and for treatment. This is cancer care, and any lack of follow-up or postponement of necessary treatment due to the absence of insurance could have tragic consequences. The absence of health insurance is deeply troubling given what we know about the postpartum period. Moms who struggle with these conditions are left unsupported and may not be able to seek help. Gaps in health insurance coverage during this critical time, the 4th trimester of the first year, can contribute to rising maternal morbidity and mortality rates. Comprehensive care and continuous coverage during this 12-month period are essential. To keep mothers and babies safe, we should extend main care coverage at least through the first year and possibly beyond. And I'm referring to Representative Connor's question. Thank you, and I would be really happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Nurse Green. Are there any questions of her? I don't see any. Oh, yes, Senator Baldacci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank Ms. Green for her testimony and also for her work. One of my children was in the NICU for a month, and I totally understand in terms of the issues involved and the concern. It's really important, I think, or if we're going to be genuinely pro-life, to make sure we extend coverage to mothers in this situation. It's a very critical period for a child's development as well as for the family and for the mother. So I am glad this is before us, but I wanted to thank you because I know you have a lot of experience and work in this field. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who'd like to testify well, Rita Furlow is here. Welcome if you want to unmute yourself and testify, Rita.
Thank you very much. My name is Rita Furlow. I'm the Senior Policy Analyst at the Maine Children's Alliance. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, esteemed members of the Health and Human Services Committee. We are here today in support of LD 265. And I will not repeat the many pieces of data and statistics that I just had in my testimony that I've already heard that you hear in the last few minutes. But we just want to make sure that you recognize the importance of the vulnerability of this period for women and their children, the importance of the ongoing relationships between mother and child, the risks of postpartum depression that can be found during that period. And so we are very supportive of this legislation. And as Senator Carney mentioned, there was recently a study from MACPAC, the Medicaid and CHIP Payment Access Commission that guides Congress. They strongly urged Congress to consider this. So if Congress does decide to move forward, we would agree with Senator Carney that we'd like to see the state do something as an interim step to that. So thank you very much for taking up and listening on this issue today.
Thank you for that succinct testimony. Are there any questions of Ms. Furlow? I don't see any. Before we go to our last witness, Senator Baldacci didn't have a chance to introduce himself. Do you want to go ahead and do that, sir?
Thank you, Senator. My name is Joe Baldacci. I am a member of Health and Human Services. I was chairing state and local government throughout most of the day, and I appreciate being able to come back on here. I'm District 9, State Senate, Bangor, and the town of Herman. Thank you.
And also testifying in favor is Dan Moran. If you'd like, or welcome to join us.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton. Thank you for the introduction, and good afternoon, Representative Meyer, members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I'm Dan Moran, and I'm delivering testimony on behalf of MMA member Connie Adler. She's a practicing physician in Farmington, and if there are any questions about her longevity and deep experience, I'm sure Representative Perry would be happy to relay that. They've worked together a number of times, and they know each other very well. We want to thank Senator Carney for introducing the bill. Send best wishes to her physician spouse. I used to live in that sliver of your district near Benjamin Farm in Scarborough. It's a wonderful district and great area, and I'm also glad to see Lewiston, my childhood home, well represented on the committee. I used to live in Representative Craven's district, and she knew my parents very, very well. Dr. Adler testified last year on this bill. She passed along that she delivered innumerable babies and has provided postpartum care for thousands of women. She's experienced with them the firsthand problems associated with ending medical coverage after 6 weeks. She wants to stress that there's nothing magical about 6 weeks, although, you know, the gifts and the phone calls and the crock-pot meals stop after 6 weeks. Nothing else in the woman's life is back to normal. It's common to begin contraception at that one visit, but she's also had the experience of people missing that visit because of snowstorms, or they may miss the visit because they're unable to afford the contraception because they were no longer covered. She stressed last year, and there were a lot of questions on this from the committee about postpartum depression. She's seen the real difficulties associated with untreated postpartum depression. It can be disastrous, even life-threatening for both the mother and the child. It affects approximately 10 to 16% of women postpartum, with higher rates in low-income women. And the key here is it's not always recognized by 6 weeks. Nearly half of the postpartum depression is diagnosed after 6 weeks, 6% after 5 months. She's had people unable to afford medication or counseling because they've lost their main care coverage. The consequences of that can be detrimental to bonding and, of course, developmental delay for the infant. She also treats people with substance use disorder, and medicated assisted treatment is an important part, and she's acutely aware of the risk of relapse for women with substance use disorder in the first year. The recommendations, the standard of care, are buprenorphine for the first postpartum year, and you want to avoid weaning off medication because of the increased risk of relapse. 6 weeks would be a terrible time, in her opinion, to drop a sober mother from treatment of her substance use disorder. She lists a number of other conditions that could be contributing factors to why we should pass this bill at the end of her testimony. And she is occupied this afternoon meeting with tribal chiefs about health care. So she would love to be here, but she would gladly do her best to be here for the work session to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time, and we really appreciate you listening to our comments in support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Moran. Are there any questions of Dan Moran that he could relay to Dr. Adler? I don't see any, so I appreciate that. Are there any others present? It doesn't look like it, but are there any others present who want to testify in support of this legislation? Looks like we've had everybody in from the attendee list. So that means that there's probably nobody out there either who wants to testify against, or neither for nor against. So before we conclude, are there any questions we'd like, or yes, Representative Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't get a chance. I had a question for Senator Brenner, but I believe she left. I could ask my question to the bill sponsor if you will permit.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. So, Senator Carney, Senator Brenner brought up an interesting point, at least for me. I'm not as familiar with main care as I should be at this point, but she had mentioned, moms that are getting ready to go back to work and possibly sending their children to childcare. My question pertains to this bill particular, if a mom and a child are continuing on main care for 12 months, does that also include this fiscal note? Does that also include all of the other parts of main care that they're eligible for, such as childcare? So could this bill potentially also cover childcare for a year? I guess is my question.
This this bill only covers medical care, but it would if medical coverage under Medicaid were and main care was extended for a full year, it would cover all types of medical conditions. So it could cover a sprained ankle 6 months out, as well as postpartum depression or substance use disorder treatment 6 months out. It would be essentially a continuation of main care coverage.
So of that main care coverage, if there is a benefit for childcare, they would be eligible for it. Is that correct or not?
I don't think that there is such a benefit. It's really is related to healthcare.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have.
Sure. So are there any other questions we'd like to have Aaron work on before we do the work session to be scheduled down the road? I think that's one question from Representative Connor about whether there is a provision that might expand coverage to include childcare during that year. So let's get an official answer to that one. Are there any other questions you'd want to ask of Aaron? Mine would be if there's a short one-pager or a graphic that summarizes other states' experience with getting waivers or getting allowances from the feds to do this. I'd like to know about it and what other states, how other states have funded this. And it'd be great to know what the per person cost might be if it's still close to that $1,000 figure.
Senator Claxton, I don't know if we'll be able to have the preliminary fiscal impact statement before you would vote on reporting out an amendment or on the bill. I don't know how the numbers from last session are different. I know Senator Carney mentioned the time period, but there might be other factors in play that Luke and the department would have to look at. And I can't promise we'll have the numbers.
No, and I'm totally comfortable with that. We can look at those as a language review. I understand that reality, but if we can get down that road, that might be data that help them make their fiscal note more realistic. Any other questions or concern to go to Aaron? So that will conclude the public hearing on LD 265. Thank you again, Senator Carney, for bringing it forward. And we'll let you know when the work session is scheduled.
Thank you.
So that's the wrap for that one. So that brings us to LD 372, an act to provide Maine children access to affordable health care. Do we know who wants to introduce that legislation? Are you doing that too, Senator Carney? Thank you. Thank you for being here. So go right ahead then for LD 372.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon again, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and esteemed members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I'm pleased to introduce LD 372, an act to provide Maine children access to affordable health care. Much has happened since I presented an earlier version of LD 372 to this committee in May 2019. What we have learned and experienced in the last 2 years brings an even greater sense of urgency to acting on children's health care. Nationally, our rate of uninsured children has increased steadily since 2017, mostly due to declining Medicaid and CHIP enrollment. Although our rate of uninsured children improved to 4.7% in 2016, the national child uninsured rate began to worsen in 2017, and by 2019 had jumped back up a full percent to 5.7%. This means we had about 726,000 more uninsured children, despite a booming US economy and continued Medicaid expansion for adults. That was before the pandemic hit. As we all know, in the late winter of 2020, parents began to lose work due to the pandemic and consequently lost access to employer-sponsored health coverage and the financial resources to purchase coverage on the marketplace. An estimated 300,000 children nationally became uninsured because of the pandemic. And with the tumult caused by the pandemic, children have struggled in addition with education, economic insecurity, and physical and mental health concerns. Here in Maine, 3 groups of parents and children were hit especially hard. The gig workers, who had to wait while an entirely new income replacement system was set up for them because they were not eligible for unemployment. Black Mainers and new Mainers. When we started to get COVID-19 case data by race and ethnicity in late April, we learned that Black and African American Mainers accounted for 9.2% of Maine's COVID cases, but only make up 1.6% of our population. These racial disparities in Maine far exceed the disparities in the rest of the New England states. In May 2019, I never would have imagined that we'd be taking up this bill in an electronic meeting format during a global pandemic and facing a devastating impact on Maine families. Women have lost careers. We miss aging parents and adult children who many of us haven't seen in over a year. Maine families mourn loved ones who died or who have become disabled due to COVID-19. Where do we go from here? I think we move forward, making the most reasonable decisions we can in an unpredictable world. We know that Medicaid and CHIP provide child-centered health care that is proven to have significant measurable benefits for children based on research. Being enrolled in Medicaid and CHIP in early childhood, that's under the age of 6, led to improvements in health as adults, measured by an index that included things like high blood pressure, diabetes after the age of 18, heart disease or heart attack, and obesity. And there again is a link to the research in the PDF export document. A 50% increase in Medicaid and CHIP eligibility for children at birth improved reading test scores in 4th and 8th graders by an estimated 3 points on a base of 239. We also know that employer-sponsored insurance is unaffordable to many parents and unavailable completely to those in the gig economy. For parents who do have employment-sponsored insurance, the rate at which premium contributions, copays, and deductibles have increased far outpaces wage increases. A Kaiser Family Foundation study found that annual family premiums for employer-sponsored health insurance rose 5% to an average of almost $20,000 in 2018. Health insurance costs actually rose twice as fast as workers' earnings over the preceding decade. And the burden of deductibles rose over 200% during the last decade. That's 8 times as fast as wages rose over that same period. We know children who lack access to affordable healthcare often don't have a primary care provider. They have delayed healthcare, and they have unmet medical needs compared to children with insurance. And uninsured children with common childhood illnesses and injuries actually don't receive the same level of care as insured children. They're also at a higher risk for preventable hospitalizations and misdiagnoses of serious health conditions. Furthermore, families of uninsured children face unaffordable medical bills that increase family financial insecurity. And finally, we know that Maine leaves federal healthcare dollars on the table to the detriment of our children. Maine's CHIP program covers children with family incomes up to 200% of the federal poverty level. The federal CHIP program will fund about 80% of the cost of CHIP insurance for children in families up to 300% of the federal poverty level. Maine's rate of uninsured children is 5.6%, which is essentially the national average. It's actually significantly below other states or significantly higher, excuse me, than other states who have undertaken Medicaid expansion. Our New England neighbors do much better, covering families up to or beyond 300% of poverty. Massachusetts has the lowest rate in New England at 1.5% of uninsured children, while New Hampshire has the second highest, that's second to Maine, with an uninsured rate of 3.7%. So I want to turn my attention specifically to LD 372 and explain to you what the legislation accomplishes. You'll see the chart in the materials. I think it's a helpful way to follow along. So the first change is that CHIP eligibility is increased from 200 to 300% of poverty. And that's significant because it leverages the federal matching funds that are available, and it will dramatically improve our rate of uninsured children. Secondly, parents are no longer required to pay premiums for CHIP. This removes barriers that are offset by decreased enrollment, the cost of emergency care, and administrative expenses. Those of you who were on the committee in the 129th probably remember the remark from the representative from the Department of Health and Human Services that actually tracking down the parent premiums cost more in effect than was received by the collection of premiums. And that's a nationwide phenomenon. It's not unique to Maine. The third element is that children are not subject to a waiting period. This is essential because it maintains the continuity of coverage and reduces the churn that disrupts care for children. Fourth, this legislation confirms that there's no asset test that's consistent with the Affordable Care Act regulations. Fifth, coverage is made available to young people 19 and 20 years of age. This brings CHIP a little bit closer to the Affordable Care Act and to foster care coverage. Both of those systems do allow children and young adults up to the age of 26 to either have CHIP coverage under the foster care system or coverage through their parents' plans up to age 26. And as a parent of young people who are in their late 20s and early 30s, having access to that coverage during those early 20 years when young adults are just kind of striking out on their own is really important to maintaining their physical and mental health. And then finally, children who are not citizens and currently rely exclusively on emergency room care, which is eligible under Maine Care, they become eligible for CHIP. This gives children access to preventative and primary care, regardless of their immigration status. And I think in the my preliminary explorations in 2019, that was approximately a dozen kids who would have come into CHIP coverage under that provision. CHIP gives Maine a cost-effective way to provide more children access to affordable health care. But here's the most important reason to use CHIP as a framework for insuring children. CHIP helps children reach their full potential, provides comprehensive child-focused benefit, which is known as the Early Periodic Screening, Diagnostic, and Treatment Benefit. It's designed to ensure that children receive recommended preventative screenings, follow-up diagnostic assessments, and all medically necessary services that healthcare providers deem essential to prevent, treat, and improve diagnosed conditions. CHIP reduces infant and childhood mortality because it supports greater utilization of preventative and acute healthcare services. Research, and this is, I think, the most fascinating thing to me about CHIP expansion, research has also linked CHIP coverage in childhood to long-term benefits. Those include improved educational outcomes at the elementary, high school, and college levels, reduced high school dropout rates and increased college attendance and completion rates, decreased probability of debt and bankruptcy for families, shielding children from poverty and reducing their exposure to adverse childhood experiences that can influence their health later in life. And finally, economic benefits in childhood, including increased employment and higher tax payments. One study actually found that for each additional year of Medicaid eligibility from birth to age 18, those people experienced increased cumulative income tax payments of $186 a year and reduced use of earned income tax credits by about $75 a year. So you can actually connect Medicaid and CHIP coverage to the earnings that people achieve as adults. This is the right time for Maine to use CHIP as a framework to provide our children access to affordable health care. Maine children, our state, stand to benefit significantly from the short and long range impacts of CHIP coverage. We will need Maine appropriations to cover our 20%, as well as the 19 and 20-year-olds, and the small number of children who qualify only for emergency Maine care because of their immigration status. It's important to evaluate that cost and the significant benefit that enrolling more children in CHIP so that we can achieve the best outcome we can for Maine's children. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration of LD 372. I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Senator Carney. Are there any questions for the senator? I don't see any.
Could I
Yes.
just make one more remark? I know that the department submitted written testimony on this legislation, and I just would like to point out that they did raise concerns about the cost of the legislation, and I appreciate those concerns. But it was interesting to me that they didn't challenge the policy behind the legislation, and I think that's really noteworthy, that it is really important for us to think hard about how we can achieve the policy of making sure Maine kids are healthy. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move ahead to Kate Endy. Do you want to unmute and share your thoughts on this bill?
Great, thank you so much. Again, I'm Kate Endy. I'm the Policy Director of Consumers for Affordable Healthcare. I won't go through the whole spiel again since I spoke to you a few minutes ago, but thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of this bill. This bill would make several changes to Maine's Children's Health Insurance Program, or CHIP. As Senator Carney has already described, it would increase the income limit to 300% of the federal poverty level, increase access to coverage for non-citizens currently not able to receive comprehensive coverage, and would remove barriers such as premiums and waiting periods. Maine Care and CHIP help kids get the healthcare they need to be healthy and reach their full potential. And numerous studies have shown that kids with health insurance are more likely to get the medical care they need, including preventative service to help keep them healthy, and ensure children are also better equipped to do well in school. Currently, only a handful of states have income limits on their CHIP programs as low as 200% of the federal poverty level. And several go even higher than 300%. But increasing the income limit to 300% would go a long way to ensuring children in Maine could access comprehensive coverage that they need. Research has also shown that premiums can serve as a barrier to obtaining and maintaining Medicaid and CHIP coverage for people with low incomes, including children. And so reducing even a small premium would significantly help families with low incomes ensure that they can continue providing coverage for their children. Most other states have also removed waiting periods, and the vast majority of families we hear from through our helpline who are income eligible for CHIP, who have an offer of employer coverage that they're enrolled in, typically would meet one of the exceptions for those waiting periods. But the administrative complexities involved make it virtually impossible to ensure that children would not have a gap in coverage when transitioning, even if they do qualify for an exemption. And research has also shown that the administration of waiting periods creates unnecessary burdens on state agencies. Employer coverage nationally, in 2019, the average cost for family coverage to the employees was over $6,000 for a family each year, just for premiums. And so in thinking about affordability, we can't assume that just because there's an offer of employer coverage, that means that child truly has access to coverage and would be able to access the care they need. I'll also note that we have a small recommendation to change some of the languages in section 2B for non-citizens. And currently it says that a person under 21 years of age is a non-citizen and whose family income is above the eligibility limit for Medicaid. And we would recommend just changing that to someone who is under 21 years of age, who is a non-citizen, who is ineligible for Medicaid and below the income limit to ensure that this provision would be able to cover as many children as possible. And I'll just thank Senator Carney for introducing this important bill, and all of you on the committee for its consideration, and urge you to support this measure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I don't see anything, Ms. Endy, so thank you. That gets us to Kathy Kilrinda-Rayu.
Hello again. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Kathy Kilring Del Rio, and I'm with Mean Equal Justice. I won't read all of my testimony, but I think we are testifying today in support of LD 372. I think we can all agree that ensuring Maine children, our state's future, have adequate access to affordable and comprehensive health care is an important policy goal. We know that good health impacts school attendance, academic success, and whether students ultimately graduate or drop out. Studies have shown that children with public health insurance through Medicaid or CHIP have greater success in school than those who are uninsured. And our school experiences have a major effect on our entire lives, including what we do for work, whether we struggle with poverty, and even whether or not we experience incarceration. While children aged 12 or younger are often healthy, they are at risk of common conditions that can affect them throughout their lives. Some of these include developmental and behavioral disorders, child maltreatment, asthma and other chronic conditions, obesity, dental caries or tooth decay, and unintentional injuries. These conditions can affect children in many ways, impacting their education, how they grow, their play, how they relate to others, and their health for the rest of their lives. One way we can prevent or mitigate problems associated with these conditions, and many others that are less common, is to ensure children have access to high quality health care. As children grow into adolescence, health care needs change, but they don't diminish. However, data shows that fewer than half of adolescents have an annual well care visit, with noted disparities attributable to insurance coverage, income, race and ethnicity, and sex. Also of note, here in Maine, more than half of the children receive health coverage through their parents' employers. But the volatility of this past year has demonstrated how fragile access to employer healthcare coverage can be. The improvements suggested in this bill would help make it easier for people to transition from that coverage to public health insurance through CHIP if that becomes needed. I also want to take a moment to specifically address the importance of closing gaps for all Maine children, regardless of their immigration status. No matter where a child was born or what their immigration status may be, if Maine is their home, they should have access to quality, affordable health care. This bill makes this a reality for all Maine children. The pandemic has demonstrated just how dependent our collective health is on the health of each of us. When family, friends, neighbors, or classmates lack access to health care, it makes them more vulnerable to COVID-19. And it's imperative that we ensure access for all our children so that they can thrive, and also for our collective public health. I also just wanted to note that eliminating premiums, the asset test, and wait times will lift a significant barrier to care off parents' shoulders for those currently enrolled in CHIP and those who would be newly covered. Wait times, or requiring children to wait between losing coverage through an employer and getting enrolled in CHIP, have been eliminated in over 2/3 of other states. This has been recognized as a barrier to affordable coverage for many. Endangering children's health by leaving them without coverage for any time is an unacceptable risk. For similar reasons, many states have now abandoned charging premiums to CHIP. And here in Maine, though, our premiums are among the highest in New England. Eliminating premiums and wait times would be a positive step forward for families for the families with whom we work. I also just want to note that CHIP is high quality health coverage and includes healthcare services like early and periodic screening, diagnostic and treatment, EPSDT. And that can be a critical tool in identifying potential problems for children early so that appropriate interventions can be put in place to support them in their development. Access to dental care is another area of healthcare that can be inadequate for some families that are utilizing private insurance. Dental care is healthcare, and all children and adolescents need to be able to access it for their well-being. CHIP provides that care. Healthy people are necessary for healthy communities, healthy schools, healthy workplaces, and a healthy state. LD 372 would improve access to healthcare for Maine children. I also just want to note, we would also be supportive of the language suggestion that Kate Endy just made with regard to the section related to coverage for non-citizen children. And happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I don't see any questions popping up, so thank you again for being here. That gets us to Mr. Cabete again. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you again, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committee. Good afternoon. I'm Michael Cabeta, and I'm still Policy Counsel for the American Civil Liberties Union of Maine. On behalf of our thousands of members, I urge you to support LD 372 and thank Senator Carney for sponsoring it. This bill would help Maine take a small but crucial step toward healing our young people. Senator Carney has summarized her bill thoroughly, so I won't duplicate her words. Instead, I'll focus on the fact that expanded CHIP benefits would lead to better youth behavioral health, which is a necessary component of reducing the harmful impact of our criminal legal system on the young people of Maine. According to perhaps the most rigorous study about juvenile justice ever conducted in Maine, well over half of incarcerated youth in this state have a recent history of mental or behavioral illness. 69% of youth currently committed in Long Creek received behavioral health services through Maine Care the year before they were committed. 71% of that group received the most intensive form of behavioral health services. For too many Maine children, the juvenile justice system has become the default provider of behavioral and mental health services. To remedy this problem, the task force that generated these statistics recommended strengthening the continuum of community health programs. As the committee might know, CHIP covers behavioral health, and this bill would increase that coverage. This bill would strengthen our crucial child health insurance program, and for that and the reasons you've already heard, we urge you to vote ought to pass, and I'm happy to try to answer questions. Thank you for your attention.
And thank you for being here. I don't see any questions right now. So we also are joined again by Rita Furlow.
Hello, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer. Thank you for hearing me again on this very important bill. Our entire state benefits when more children have access to quality and affordable health care, because healthy children and healthy families lead to strong and vibrant communities. And when children and their families can see a doctor when they're sick, they get regular checkups, and access to preventative care that's so important, they can make sure that they're on track and are going to be successful and healthy adults. As Senator Carney mentioned, unfortunately, there are too many children in Maine that don't have access to care. Data from our Kids Count publications indicate that we do have the highest rate of uninsured children in New England.
Ms. Furlow, I think your mic is rubbing against something, or there's a background noise, or it's breaking up.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you. I think it was my paper that I had printed out, so I will put that away. Yeah. So as I was saying, our Kids Count data indicates that that we do have the highest rate of uninsured children in New England, and that is, we believe, because we also have right, very different rates compared to those other states who provide more generous income levels. So we know that CHIP offers kind of comprehensive healthcare that children may not always receive under private insurance. And that is due to right, the early periodic screening, diagnostic, and treatment that is a guarantee. And that is really critical, particularly for children with high needs, children with disabilities. Having access to this insurance in particular can be really life-changing. So again, you've heard already the numerous studies about the long-term impacts that research has found related to making sure that children have healthcare coverage, and investing in the health of Maine's youngest children will ensure that they can reach their fullest potential and lead a path that will help them with long-term positive outcomes. We strongly believe that this is one of the most important bills that you will hear this year in terms of the impact that it can have on children. And we very strongly support this legislation, and we hope that you will as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Furlow? I don't see any. And I doubt that Rick Erb is here to talk about expanding CHIP, since that's the other end of the life spectrum that he lives with. So is there anybody else who'd like to testify in support? I don't see anybody on the list of attendees who would be considered somebody who wants to testify against, or neither for nor against. So that concludes this portion. Are there any questions we would like to put to Aaron related to this bill in advance of the work session? I don't see any. So that will conclude the public hearing portion of LD 372. So I propose we take about a 9-minute break, come back at 2:30. And is that okay with everybody? Thanks for being here, Senator Carney. And if that's okay with everybody, then we'll resume Luke Lazur hour.
Well, so Senator, can I say something before everybody leaves?
Sure.
So the department isn't available until 3. So we're not able to start those work sessions early. But we checked with Representative Javner, and she's willing to give a couple of her book reports this afternoon to fill that extra time, if that's okay with you.
Oh, well, does our taking a little break cut in too far into your time, Representative Javner?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, so we'll reconvene at 2:30. We'll hear some book reports and then get on to the 3 o'clock work session. Thank you. So welcome back to the hearing, the Committee on Health and Human Services. Before we get to the budget work at 3 o'clock, we're going to hear what we've come to refer to as book reports. These are summary reports of legislatively required review of reports and documents that come to us as a committee of responsibility. And we've divvied those up amongst our members to provide occasional summary presentations and an opportunity to ask questions. So this afternoon, Representative Javner will be presenting at least one and maybe two of hers. And so I will turn it over to you, Representative Javner.
Thank you very much, Senator Claxton. I appreciate that greatly. I am trying to learn how to do all this stuff at home. My desk is covered. I am not built for this work at home thing, but we're going to do our best. I am doing the prescription monitoring program annual report, and we're going to get 2 for 1 today because I have the 2019 and the 2020, and I have combined them, which as we continue to go through it, you will see that it's very well. So it's done very well. There is, I don't know if anybody out there from the Office of Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services is listening, but I hope somebody is at least because I want this to get back to them. The main difference between their 2019 report and their 2020 report is about 20 pages. So the 2019 report is a lot thinner than their 2020 annual report. And I will say, I give them an A+ on their 2020 annual report because they really stepped it up. It says great detail on the history of the prescription monitoring program and also their documentation of how it is working. So great job. I really appreciated seeing the difference between the two. And it was nice to have both of them to compare. All right, here we go. The case against doctor shopping. What is the prescription monitoring program? AKA the PMP. Essentially, it is fact checking a patient's involvement with doctor shopping. Well, that's what it started out as, but has since evolved into a tool for surveillance, education, prevention, and intervention. The PMP is a major tool in Maine's battle against opioid abuse. The PMP presents a complete picture of a patient's prescribed controlled substance use history by providing a single point of collection and access to controlled substance prescriptions. As a healthcare tool, the PMP is used to improve the quality of patient care and to reduce the risk factors at the point of care. This report allows us, as the Oversight Committee, to keep the users of the PMP accountable and to gauge its effectiveness. Added piece of trivia, 49 states are utilizing PMP systems, and Maine is directly connected to 34 of them. Remember, be ready for the quiz. The PMP was established by law in 2004. Not until 2017 was it made compulsory for its utilization by dispensers. We'll get to the definition of dispensers in a moment. The law states dispensers shall check the PMP information prior to dispensing a benzodiazepine or an opioid medication to a person under any of the following circumstances. Number 1, the person is not a resident of this state. 2, the prescription is from a prescriber with an address outside of this state. 3, a person is paying cash when the person has prescription insurance on file. I guess cash is not king in this scenario. 4, according to the pharmacy prescription record, the person has not had a prescription for a benzodiazepine or an opioid medication in the previous 12 months. Of course, there are exceptions, but we're not going to get into that today. FYI, nationally, over 30% of overdose deaths involving opioids also include the use of benzodiazepines, which are Valium, Xanax, etc. Back to our definitions. The dispensers, they are licensed pharmacists or a veterinarian with authority to dispense benzodiazepine or opioid medication. Point of interest, I actually spoke to my neighbor out the road here yesterday who is a veterinarian, and he's hooked up to the PMP. So it's interesting. Number 2, morphine milligram equivalents or MME standards. These are the standard value utilized to compare opioid doses and potency. Once there was a law in place for monitoring, there was a need for this standard of measure in the monitoring of prescriptions. So for data purposes, there needs to be a standard. 3, opioid agonist, a drug that activates the opioid receptors in the brain to a much lesser degree than a full agonist, like Subutex, Suboxone, etc. A prescriber is a licensed healthcare professional with authority to prescribe controlled substances. Total quantity are the total number of doses for a specific medication. This is important because it also includes the tablets, the kits, and the capsules. The PMP database is available online at no cost to prescribers and dispensers of controlled substances. Any healthcare provider with a Drug Enforcement Agency number may register to request reports for new and existing patients. Licensed pharmacists may also access the PMP to request patient data. Patients have access to their own information by requesting it from their healthcare provider or from the Office of Behavioral Health. I thought that was interesting. In limited circumstances, PMP records can be available to law enforcement officers for ongoing investigations through approval of a grand jury subpoena. Further changes to the PMP law were introduced in the spring of 2017 through LD 1031. Some of those changes were that it clarified the definition of palliative care. It added a serious illness definition. It altered the definition of dispenser to eliminate reference to healthcare professionals with authority to dispense. It eliminated the requirement for emergency departments to submit dispensations of less than 48 hours supply. It also removed the requirement for a PDMP check, and the 100 MME limit of a prescription is directly related to a surgical procedure. What follows in the report are a number of graphs showing us the metrics of the PMP. The registration of prescribers and dispensers. As of December 31st, 2020, there were 13,732 active prescribers and 1,970 active dispensers registered in the PMP. The utilization of the PMP, or actually checking the patient's prescriptions. As of December 31st, 2020, there were a total of 1,837,295 PMP checks. Just to give some perspective to this utilization, in 2016, just 5 years ago, there were 555,443 checks. So it's more than triple. Average daily MME. This chart represents the average daily morphine milligram equivalents for opiate agonists only, and it excludes the doses dispensed in either milliliter or gram form. In 2015, the average daily MME dispensed was 64, and in 2020, it was 31. Thankfully, a significant decrease. Opioid doses prescribed. Here, we're going to see an even greater decrease. So the total number of opiate agonists prescribed in 2015 was 1,117,980, and in 2020, 631,744. The electronic prescribing. This became required on August 1st, 2017, and the totals on the chart include opiate agonists only and excludes the grams and milliliters. So the electronic filing was 566,686 this last year, and the non-electric filings were 65,377. Those non-electric filings are still acceptable, but only after applying for a waiver from the Department of Health and Human Services. The interstate data sharing chart, each entity that is enabled to share data has been contacted and regular follow-ups are scheduled until the connection is established. Maine is connected to 34 states. Also, we are connected to the Air Force, Army, Coast Guard, the Marine Corps, and the Navy. One important piece of the PMP to remember is that they're not only tracking the writing of prescriptions, it's also the filling of prescriptions. Quote, so it keeps both sides of the equation, the doctor side and the patient side, end quote. That is from the distinguished Anna Broom, January 10th, 2021. Thank you, Senator Claxton. Is he ready for his quiz? Is he waiting?
Thank you for the afternoon break. We should give the representative a round of applause. Well done. It's hard. I'm not sure you could make the PMP exciting, but you did. So, is everybody ready for their quiz? Because she is a tough grader, but go ahead.
So how many states are we connected to? Anybody?
34. I saw a bunch of hand signals.
Good, 34. Great job. That's awesome. It was just a one questioner, so good job, everybody.
So for those of you, I'll just chip in a personal experience with the PMP to indicate how well it's working. I saw this one very distinguished middle-aged man come in for a refill of his medicines. He had a three-piece suit on, he had a tie, and he showed me his inspector's license for the Revenue Service. This was the U.S. Revenue Service. I'm thinking, this guy's a hitter. And he was a veteran. So on a flyer, there was just something. I checked his record. And I would give him a prescription 1 week, and 2 weeks later, he was up to VA getting the same prescription. And then he'd back in my office 4 weeks after I saw him, and then back up. So he was getting double doses. My guess is that he was retailing, which is one of the common ways that meds get into the drugs stream. So it was hugely important to be able to do that check, and now it's done routinely, but I'll let Representative Zager speak to that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Javner, that was really awesome. I can see why everyone on the committee who was with you last year said that you really set the bar very high. I do have a question regarding if the 2020 report indicated if there are any efforts to distinguish buprenorphine containing opioids and other opioids, because the morphine milliequivalent, it's kind of like a common denominator, but it's kind of like saying the problem and the treatment, if you will, if you think of in one sense, are the same, and we can just add them together. It's like an apple orange as one fruit. And so, what are there any efforts that you saw reported on to kind of separate them out?
I believe so, yes. In the 2021 report, like I said, they really stepped up their game in this 2020 report, and they have charts that actually, I believe they separate out all of them to chart exactly which ones are being used. So I have broken it down very briefly here for everybody, but I would suggest that you at least go back through and look over the charts. And if that information isn't there, we can certainly ask for it, I'm sure. So I think that it is there, though. They were very particular in what the information that they included in this report, and they did an excellent job.
But they still reported, you quoted that they were reporting like that the total morphine mill equivalent dropped in the last several years.
Yeah.
But also in the last several years, hopefully the number of people in medication assisted treatment, buprenorphine and such, hopefully increase. And so in the one sense, we want the number to go down. In another sense, we want the number to go up to the extent that it's appropriate. And so it sounds like they're breaking out in one part of the report. I'll take a look at the report subsequently.
The charts are very helpful, and I'm sure for everybody with a medical background, they're going to mean a whole lot more in detail than they did to me. I mean, so I would imagine, and again, if that information isn't in there, that if you don't see it, we can certainly ask for it. And I just do want to give, major appreciation again to this piece of the department as they utilize the PMP in the fight against the whole opioid epidemic that we are experiencing, and especially in light of the numbers that have just recently been released, 502, daughters, sons, mothers, brothers, aunts, uncles that lost their lives last year. And then even a greater increase in this January already that we're seeing. So I know that the department is, the Office of Behavioral Health is utilizing this PMP information, and they're looking at it very closely in this fight against, the epidemic that we are experiencing as a state. And so I just really want to say thank you to all of them for the work that they have done. And it weighs heavily on all of our hearts, those lives that have been lost. And even as we see the numbers for January have increased already. And so I think that just moving forward, as we continue to look at this information and track it, that it will only it'll only be an increase in the help that it can be in the fight. But what you are stating is, the increase and the decreasing of what we want to see, that's a really integral piece. So we can certainly be monitoring that again, as we are their oversight committee, so we can ask for that.
Where did you access that report, Representative Javner?
It is actually on the reports on our committee materials.
And a point I wanted to make is that that's public knowledge, and anybody who wants to follow up about this can go right to our committee page and look that up under documents, under materials. So thank you.
Yes, and I definitely utilized Anna's knowledge greatly. As you know, I asked many, many questions so I could fully understand, and she was very, very helpful, and I'm appreciative of that.
Representative Meyer, did you have a question?
I had a comment. I just wanted to remind the committee and everyone listening that the legislation that established the PMP came from our very own Representative Ann Perry.
Kudos to Ann Perry.
So on that note, actually, can I ask Representative Perry what her opinion is on how she feels it's being utilized?
Sure.
Well, I'm happy with how it's being utilized. It's done two things. Because I introduced it because I needed the information and to be able to effectively treat my patients and know what is happening. What it has become is much more than that, to help us understand, not only for us to use as a tool, but to help us understand where and control some of the prescription part of the substance abuse problem that we have. And so the changes over the years have just made it more effective. And so I'm proud.
So I'm curious, do you have any suggestions on how do you want it to be improved in any way? Is there any pieces that you see perhaps could be missing?
Yeah, I think they're doing a good job. And I think you'll find that the charts will answer, especially for us guys who use it all the time, will answer the questions that we look for. Yeah.
Yeah. Great, thank you.
Senator
This
Moore
is
had a
great.
question.
I just have a comment. I have a bill that I submitted this go round, and I just wanted to bring it to your attention. And it's definitely addressing the PNP program with veterinarians. I guess I'm so simple-minded. I never would think that somebody would go to a veterinarian trying to get opiates for themselves instead of for their animals. And right now there is not a standard software package in place where the veterinarians can actually go in and electronically prescribe the opiates. So instead they have to write the prescription, and then the person has to take it to a pharmacy who then checks it to make sure with the system and see that it's in there. So the bill that I have put in is actually extending the deadline as to when they must have some sort of an electronic system in place where they are doing the electronic prescription filing. And it's not there yet. But it does, the bill is extending it. However, it does say, should one become available, then it will become the law for the veterinarians to begin using that. So stay tuned for that bill. It'll be coming forward very shortly.
Yeah, we saw that as lots of anxious pets, more than ones who were just in pain, but there were a lot of pets who had significant anxiety. Very clever. Representative Stover.
I just wanted to add that I'm the program director for an addiction outreach program in Boothby Harbor, and I work with the police department. And I think that this program has been, it's been, what is the word? Transformational. Transformational, because people used to go from as everybody's already said, emergency room to doctor to emergency room. And when I first started working in this program 4.5 years ago, I met with our vet. I would encourage anybody to talk to your vet, because he said back then even, he had cases where people had intentionally harmed their animals, and they could tell, and they could tell, and they did it to get pain medicine for the animals. So always talk to your vet, because they're a wealth of information about this and nobody thinks of them. And then the only other thing I want to say in terms of what I see now, I see with fairly regular frequency right now, a lot of people who have moved over and are using more meth and cocaine, but they're doing the same thing now that we 20 years ago, 15 years ago, they were doing with opiates. They're getting Adderall. Adderall's being given out like M&Ms. I need Adderall. I have adult ADHD. I need Adderall. I mean, if you are 35 and you never had Adderall when you were a child, you probably don't need Adderall now. But I'm seeing this trend of everybody gets a prescription for Adderall because they can't focus and they can't concentrate. And to me, it's too much of a coincidence. There's too many people, and it's not one physician, it's all over the place. So it concerns me.
So
That is very interesting.
I had a question for Representative Zager. Is it routine in the clinic now, in the office, to have the PMP checked on visits?
It is. I of course can speak more authoritatively from our own office, but it depends on the kind of medicine, because there's, I mean, like Ambien is actually a controlled substance, and lots of people are on that. It doesn't have nearly the threat to people's health as, as a public health crisis as the opioids. But depending on the medicine that is being used, and depending on, we do a risk assessment based on, past history of ACEs or other factors. At the initial counseling when starting a controlled substance management program or a plan. And then that dictates how frequently. So for people who are using buprenorphine, Suboxone for MAT, it probably every 28 days to 30 days. And then the people doing, say, Ambien might be every year or so when a refill is due. So it really varies depending on the individual patient's needs, and also the overall public health picture.
We did a survey in the residency. We just picked a week, and we literally screened the PMP on every patient that came in, and we got some significant surprises. People we had no idea were using because they were getting their prescriptions elsewhere. It was a real eye opener. Yeah. So it's a real problem, and this is a huge piece of it. And this piece fits with a bunch of others that have been put in place. But It's a tough nut to crack. So thank you, Representative Perry, for being that creative and wanting to get that information for your patients. And thank you, Representative Javner, for your book reports. Well done, people. All right. So we've been joined by two interested parties. I don't see anybody from the department yet. In spite of what Aaron says, I don't know why we can't start without them, but we'll be generous and give them a while longer to join. Oh, there we are. There's
Senator, yep.
Molly. Okay. Now that Molly's here, we can. So are we good to go now, Aaron? Okay. So this is the afternoon session of the Committee on Health and Human Services. We're looking at the budget. And some of us were able at lunch to go out and find our multicolored sheets. So I count that as a win. There's my pink and my green and so that'll make life a little bit easier for some of us. I hope the rest of you find yours when you get to the mail, when you get a chance. Oh, Representative Craven got hers too, and Representative Perry. So it was a good lunch break. All right, now we can keep up with Senator Moore. Okay, so we can go ahead and get started with Luke again and pick up at the afternoon session. It's all yours.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. So we're going to be doing Group B this afternoon. So this is the other HHS committee agencies, which actually there are no initiatives for those agencies this year. There are just baseline initiatives. So we actually won't be walking through anything for those particular agencies. And then we'll be doing Children's Services, Fund for a Healthy Maine, Public Health, Social Services, and Substance Use Disorder. So we're going to start with Children's Services, which is on page 4 of the green document, starting at line 76. So I'm guessing not everyone has their information yet, so I'm still going to share my screen. So line 76 is Maine Children's Growth Council. This is account Z074. And this eliminates funding in the Maine Children's Growth Council program per Public Law 2019, Chapter 450. So you can see there's a general fund reduction of $25,000 each year in that program. Not seeing any questions. I'll move on to line 77. This is in Mental Health Services Children, account Z206. This reduces funding by recognizing one-time savings achieved by delaying contracts for children's home and community-based treatment and rehabilitative and community support services. And this is a decrease in the general fund of $200,000 each year.
So one of our staffs, Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As much as we struggle with services for kids in the community does this include, for example, section 68 for the home-based mental health care, Mr. Mann?
No, I don't believe so.
What does it cover?
You can see it lists there the home and community-based treatment, HCT, and rehabilitative and community services. I can look up the sections of policy on the main care, on the equivalent. This is a state side of those services that are also reflected under main care. But these services these are not in place right now. We are planning to expand them at some point, but yeah, we're using some of those savings to we're delaying that to use some of these savings, which is also, these savings are also in line with prior year expenditures, like we've talked about in the past, that the 200,000 is in line with what has not been spent in prior years.
So this doesn't, it arguably delays services. It doesn't diminish services for a
From what's in
pilot that
place.
wasn't in place already.
That's correct.
Okay. Yes, you had a question, Representative Perry.
Yes, I'm sort of reading here, and it says it reduces contract funding for home and community-based treatment. That's not a delayed contract. It's reducing. Is that reducing services?
These services are not in place right now. We are delaying the expansion. So by definition, we have to reduce the contract dollars when we offer up savings. However, as I mentioned, this is in line with what has gone unspent in prior years. And I would just also note that these are one time. So this will, we're proposing this for the biennial budget to realize what we need to realize from a savings perspective, and then it'll be restored in the baseline for Z206, the Mental Health Children's Services, starting in 24.
Does that answer your question, Representative Perry?
I think so.
Okay. Okay. Yes, Senator Moore.
I guess I'm just questioning, it sounds like there was a planned 6-month pilot that was going to be focusing on some of the counties, and that is what has been delayed. Am I understanding that correct, Mr. Bennett? And so that's thus the savings from the contracted funding for the 6-month pilot.
Sorry, couldn't get off mute. I believe that's to be the case. Let me follow up with the program office as well, just so we can make sure we're all on the same pages.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. Back to you, Luke.
All right, so we'll move on to lines 78 and 79, which are both in the state-funded foster care adoption assistance program, which is account 0139. This reduces funding for software implementation for results-oriented management reporting. And you'll see that in both cases, it's a reduction. There's a larger reduction in the general fund and a smaller reduction in the federal expenditures fund. Seeing no questions, I'll move on to lines 80 and 81. The first one is in the 4E foster care adoption assistance program.
Sorry, I had a question. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Representative Craven.
When will the program be continue to be built?
I can take that. So this is not one-time funding. These are services we were planning to end with the development of CWIS, the Children's Welfare IT System. So those, the data management and reporting functionality will be picked up through that IT system. So we are accelerating the end of this contract in this biennial, which is something we were going to do just a year from now.
Representative Perry.
That was the question I was going to ask. So that means that there won't be a break in the ability to measure services and requirements.
I would have to check on the functionality of the IT system, but I'm happy to do that in at the same time as confirming the other initiative as well.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
All right, so back to lines 80 and 81. So the first line is in the 4E foster care adoption assistance, which is account 0137. The second line is in child care services, which is account 0563. And then both of these are allocation increases to align funding with the available resources. The first one is in federal expenditures fund. The second one is in the federal block grant funds. And this is similar to what we discussed this morning. This is an increase in an allocation to bring it in line with the revenue that's currently available in those programs.
Okay.
Next, we'll move on to lines 82, 83, and 84. And these, this establishes 15 child protective services caseworker positions effective January 1st, 2022, funded 79% general fund and 21% other special revenue funds within the Office of Child and Family Services district program to implement the Federal Families First Prevention Services Act. Funding will be realized by reallocating funding for community intervention services. You can see that the first, there's a general fund piece in the state-funded foster care adoption assistance program, and there's also a general fund piece in the OCFS district program. The foster care one is a reduction of 1 million in 22 and just over 2 million in 23. The second line, that's general fund, is an increase. And there's also an increase in the other special revenue in that OCFS district account.
Yes, Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So of course, this worries me a lot in that I've gotten a lot of angst from constituents and providers. And I suppose I would like to know the plan that is that's going to happen during the transition. You know, it's like that, you know, just eliminating the contract for the folks that are doing the work now and hiring 15 child protection service caseworkers. It just seems so awkward and such a reduction in staff that I'd love to see how the framework is going to be built for that.
Certainly, I should note, I should have said it at the top of the prior meeting, we have all of the questions from the public budget hearings and we are working on those. And this is one of the follow-up items that we'll be responding back in writing to this committee. So you'll have a full overview of that. I'd say that in the interim, in assembling that information, the program office, OCFS, has reconfirmed that based on the number of investigations that are referred to ARP, getting a lot of feedback. I don't know if you all are getting feedback as well. But that's better, thank you. That we can handle the number of investigations that are referred with the 15 caseworkers. Not all of those contracts do case investigation work. There are other services that are provided that are not evidence-based that we would like to shift those resources toward. That is a requirement of the Families First Act. So we would replace the investigative work with those 15 caseworkers and then redirect some of the other funding currently with the ARP services to different evidence-based services that would be in effect and actually would allow us to draw down additional federal funding as part of what's made available for Families First Prevention Services Act. And then we also are able to generate modest savings as well with this initiative. So I think the overall strategy is that we in-source contracts that does investigative work, which is a goal of the department. We could handle that with the 15 caseworkers. We would reconfigure some of the other services that are provided to more evidence-based services. And then we also offer a modest savings as part of the initiative as well. And as part of that, we can actually deploy additional services because we can draw down additional federal funding, which was made available under the Families First Act. So we essentially are increasing the capacity of what we can do through this, despite the fact that we are offering up savings for the, overall, given the current fiscal situation.
Representative Stover.
So we're going to have, I just want to clarify, we're going to have an additional opportunity to discuss this at the work session, correct? And those questions that were asked earlier.
Yes, if that's if that's addressed to me, yes.
Yeah, so I won't waste our time today. Thank you.
And I think the specific question that's being asked and needs attention is how are we going to get from 30 to 15? What's going to happen to the 30 who currently have a job? What's the bridge plan in this transition is really what I've been hearing from colleagues and advocates.
And the geographic distribution, I think, was a question of
Yeah.
that.
And the other piece was, this is one of the programs where I would really like to see all of the impact to Child Protective Services on one page. What's going down, what's going up, what's coming in, what's going to the general fund. I see Ms. Bogart has her hand up.
I do. I just wanted to add very briefly, thank you, that this is also a really critical piece to implementing Families First prevention services and working on developing some of our evidence-based services that are within that federal clearinghouse for reimbursement. And I would be happy to have Dr. Landry come to the committee during one of these work sessions and speak more fully about how this fits in with that larger plan as well. Because there's been a lot of work to make sure that this will be a smooth transition, make sure that all of the work currently being provided that is evidence-based will be covered. And if that would be helpful to the committee, I'm more than happy to set that up.
I think I can speak for the committee, and that would be very important to hear some of that and to understand what the stipulations of Family First are from the feds and what we're going to meet, how we're going to meet all of them, not just one particular piece.
Great.
So thank you for that offer, and thank you to Dr. Landry. We'll make sure that we get back to this for further conversation. Okay.
So with that, we can move on to lines 85, 86, 87, and 88. This is an initiative that increases rates in the Main Care Benefits Manual, Section 97, Appendix D, which is the Principles of Reimbursement for Child Care Facilities, due to a planned rate study and to meet the requirements of the Federal Families First Act. You can see that the initiatives impact the medical care payments to provider account 0147 general fund with an increase of just over 800,000 each year. And then it also impacts the general fund accounts in the mental health services children account and the mental health services child Medicaid accounts. And there's also a federal piece in the medical care payments to provider accounts.
Yes, Senator Moore. Oh, did you want to say something? The explanation, Mr. Mann?
Let the senator go. I can add after.
Go
That's
ahead.
okay. Well, I guess what my question is this is an anticipation of the results of the rate study that we had asked HHS to do. Is that correct? So we're anticipating that we would be raising this rate?
That's correct. I think it's sort of dovetails exactly with what I was going to mention. This is also, as you can, I think you've already ascertained that this is part of the Families First Preventive Services Act. There's a certain quality thresholds that we need to raise our PNMID population to the QRTP, the Qualified Residential Treatment Program, which is a standard by which that kids' residential facilities can meet, are required to meet for the Families First Prevention Act. So in anticipation of that, which they will incur additional costs, staffing costs and otherwise, and also because it's been some time since their was a rate study on this set of facilities. This is in anticipation of rates increasing for this population. But of course, Dr. Landry can also address this comprehensively as part of our overall plan for Families First.
Just one more question too.
Sure.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. If I remember it correctly, I think there's several of them throughout the entire document that was in anticipation of the upcoming rate study. Was that one of the questions that we asked, is maybe to have a summarization as to how much was put into the budget in anticipation of the rate study? Did we ask for that information? I can't remember.
I believe if not, we're happy. I'm happy to work with Luke and to provide a summary of the rate increases. This one does look and feel a little different. The majority of rate increases, for example, for nursing facilities, for residential care, PNMICs, for federally qualified health centers, FQHCs, for rural health clinics, those are all more standard rate increases based on cost of living adjustments and other rate increases. This feels a little, and those are more, a little more certain than this one. I'm not recalling another rate study per se that we're asking for funds on. However, I know the Director Probert is wanting to brief you all and AFA on the comprehensive rate system evaluation, which is an overall systematic view of how main care rates stack up against other states, as well as Medicare, as well as payers, which would then prompt rate studies. We would have to undertake rate studies after that to adjust the rates. So there's a lot more information that we can dive into in terms of prospective rate studies for various services.
And one of the questions, and this is as much for Molly as anybody, I'd like a better understanding when Dr. Landry's here about what funds are being allocated, what support is going to be available to make the transition to become compliant for these PNMIs with the Families First program. Is it all on them? Is there support from the administration? Those kinds of questions.
All right. I think then we're ready to move on to the next group, which is lines 89, 90, and 91. These are three more lines where it's adjusting funding to align with existing resources, all in other special revenue accounts. The first line is in the child support account, 0100. The second is the state-funded foster care adoption assistance account, which is account 0139. And the last one is in the OCFS district account, which is account 0452. Seeing no questions, I'll move on to lines 92 and 93. These lines are both in the 4E foster care adoption assistance account, which is account 0137. This provides one-time funding for the development of a new comprehensive child welfare information system. And you can see the funding is only in state fiscal year 22.
As somebody who spent a big chunk of my medical career dealing with computers and software issues, anytime I see the word development, I get weak kneed. There isn't anything on the shelf, anything any other states are using that we can adopt as opposed to developing, or are we developing from zero, or is there work already been done and we're on our way and this wraps it up?
That's a very timely comment there, because the contract that we awarded a year ago or so, and they're in the middle of the development project, is adopting the design from other states, which is it was generated an operationally proven system, but B, also there was cost savings associated with it because we were able to use the framework that was already developed for other states. So we are doing that. I think we've talked a little bit about this. and Dr. Landry can also address this when he comes before you, but the intake, assessments, investigations, financial management, reporting, resource management, the current system is inadequate in multiple ways, and the new system will be a dramatic increase in productivity and efficiency, reducing duplication, and allowing caseworkers and the entire child welfare infrastructure to perform their jobs more efficiently. But just note that MACWIS was built in 1998. I think I was maybe using email at that time, or everyone was, right? Or just barely though. So it's been it's overdue to replace the IT system, and this would complete the development of that system with these funds.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Perry.
Thank you. Having been a part of having systems for medical practice, I guess the question is, with a transition like this, and it sounds like it will be significant in terms of the ability for the system to do things, is how much do you plan, and I don't know, in terms of training and utilization of the staff, because that utilization really will slow down productivity until there's a comfort level with that.
Yeah, without question, it's a good comment as well. I know the OCFS team is designated caseworker navigators. They're not calling them navigators, but that description is what sticks in my head. But they are sort of the leads for each district to make sure that their questions are being answered as we pilot this, as we go along, and folks are familiar and comfortable with the system as deployments roll out, because we are doing this development in stages. So, we're building the intake or the assessment phase is, we're just bucketing it out like that so folks can pilot it and make sure if they have more questions around particular functionality or how their current work aligns with the new IT system. There's a fairly a very comprehensive and sophisticated approach to make sure that we're bringing everyone along so that they can fully utilize and gain the all that the new system has to offer.
Yes, Representative Lemelin, you had a question?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Am I seeing double, or is 92 and 94 brothers?
So they are brothers in the sense that they are for the same system. The difference is that the funding in 92 and 93 is one time. This is the completion of the development phase. What you're seeing in 94 and 95 is the ongoing funding that will be required each year to run the system.
So it takes nearly $1.5 million to $2 million every year to run the IT system. Where's that cost come from? What do you mean by run the IT system? Personnel or fees to an organization that maintains it?
Both is the answer. It's the current system was homegrown, and the contractor in place will continue to provide support for the ongoing system. There's also license costs that go along with software as a service and just having a new modern IT system. And we have to keep the old system running for a time period going forward, because it does not, there's still other services that are run out of the MACWIS system that won't be replaced by CWIS that will take it's just sort of it wasn't part of the child welfare system. It's a broader system than that.
Does that answer your question, Representative Lemelin?
For now, it does. Thank you.
Okay. And for our work session, it'd be interesting for, as a frame of reference, to know what our current annual maintenance and operational costs are for the existing system.
So if there are no more questions there, we will move on to lines 94 and
Excuse me,
95.
Senator Claxton,
I'm
I
sorry,
apologize.
Representative Javner, no, I didn't see you.
I apologize. So Deputy Commissioner X, just piggybacking off from Senator Claxton's question, if we could have the information of what it would actually cost in the future, you know, when we're not running both systems as well. Because from my understanding, that's not these numbers either.
We can
Am I
get that
wrong?
information for you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Luke.
So we'll move on to lines 94 and 95, which Representative Lemlin gave us a little sneak peek of. So these are both in, again, the 4E foster care adoption assistance line, which is account 0137. This provides funding for ongoing maintenance and operational costs of the new comprehensive child welfare information system.
So this system is really going to help with the breadth of what it gets done at OCFS. It's not just specific to foster care, which is where the account it shows up in.
This is child welfare specific. It's all aspects of child welfare, financial management, resource management, the sort of start to finish of the child welfare spectrum.
Okay, thank you.
Right, seeing nothing else. The next lines are 96 and 97. These are, both lines are in the OCFS central office. It's account 0307. This provides funding for the approved reorganization of one office specialist 1 position to an office specialist 2 position.
Okay.
Seeing no questions, next are lines 98 and 99, which are both in the OCFS central office, which is account 0307. These provide funding for the approved reclassification of one social services program specialist 1 position to a social services program specialist 2 position, retroactive to September of 2019.
I don't see any questions.
So next we will move to the purple document, the language document, to finish up the children's services section. And here we're going to look at line 499, which is part YY. This part authorizes the Department of Health and Human Services to transfer appropriations within the Office of Child and Family Services related to the cost of administering the child welfare program.
So this just allows them to move money around within the department. It's not new money, it's just flexibility.
Correct. And in this case, it's very specific to a couple of accounts, and I think because of that, let me I'll go to the actual language and read the full language just so you can hear the accounts that are included. So it says it allows the Department of Health and Human Services to transfer available balances between the state-funded foster care adoption assistance program and the 4E foster care adoption assistance program in the all other line category. So it's really just between those 2 accounts.
Okay, thank you.
These are, for additional background, this is longstanding language that allows transfers between those 2 accounts, which is 0137 and 0139, which are the main accounts for child welfare and foster care work that we do.
Okay.
So not seeing any questions, we'll move back to the green document, the initiatives. And we're starting at line 249, which is on page 16. So the first initiative here is within the FHM Attorney General account, which is account 0947. This provides funding for the Department of Administrative and Financial Services, Office of Information Technology rate increases, computer replacements, and other information technology needs. This is an increase that we see every year from OIT, and it's usually spread throughout. I think in DHHS, this I think is the only time we actually see it, but I'm sure it's in many other programs as well. It's a standard increase from OIT. Not seeing any questions. I'll move on to line 250. This is in the Maine Center for Disease Control and Prevention account 0143. This provides funding to support development of a strategy and one-time investments in public health infrastructure to reduce disparities in outcomes for residents of the state in minority groups. As you can see, this is in the Fund for Healthy Maine fund, and it's $1 million each year.
So based on this is 2 years, successive years of $1 million each year.
Yes, and I would note, as the initiative says, that this is a one-time investment, so it's just in 22 and 23. It would not be part of the baseline beyond that.
Okay, Representative Zager, you had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would be interested if we could find out what was planned, because some people would say that's not much. Others would say that's, that's why is it in this, line item and not throughout the budget. I'm just curious what a little bit more detail on besides what's it, a blippy beyond the blippy. Thank you.
I'm impressed with your budget lingo. Just to provide a little bit more context, and Molly can chime in as well, I think we are reestablishing a program that already exists at the CDC, the Office of Health Equity here. This is essentially all other funding. So it would be funding to support that Office of Health Equity, again, that existed previously, but has been vacant for a while. COVID in particular has brought to bear health disparities, do not treat all types of people and people of color in particular the same. And we would use these funding to pursue strategic objectives. I think we would want to do a needs assessment across the public health infrastructure that we have to determine where it would be best spent and to identify those gap areas in alignment with the CDC objectives. And I could envision this funding being used for data analysis or community engagement, culturally appropriate interventions to support those activities and that work, and to for the objectives that we just talked about.
Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What's the baseline budget for this line? Is there a baseline?
There is not. We're requesting this funding through the Fund for Healthy Maine for the upcoming biennial.
Okay. So for the work session, would you be able to bring us a bit more information about the structure that is going to take place and how how this is going to be sent out into the communities? How is that going to be determined? And I know it's like people of color or low-income people or whatever, but how do you measure the disparities and how is the support going to be provided and that sort of thing? I don't even know how to ask the question, because I don't have any picture in my head at all of how $1 million is going to make a lot of difference. Just even for people living in Lewiston who are living with race disparities, so I just need an explanation of how it's going to work.
Certainly.
Representative Perry?
Thank you. And I am actually looking to understand this. This is one-time funding because it's actually to develop a strategy for working to reduce the disparities in the state. So my assumption is that $1 million is for the extra money that will be spent for the information so the strategy can be developed. The follow-up will still be by what? CDC, the Department of Health Equity under CDC. Is this more a strategic plan to move forward, and then the rest of the work will get done within the department?
We need to prudently plan and determine where the resources should be deployed. I think that, the rest of that description is one-time investments. So we want to first develop the strategy and then deploy resources to invest in these communities, whether that, the form it takes, whether it's contracts or RFPing services, would be informed by a needs assessment and that overall strategy that would be put in place first.
Did that answer your question, Representative Perry?
Somewhat.
Okay. Representative Javner?
Thank you, Senator Claxton. Could we ask Molly to chime in here? Because we did ask this at the work session to get more information about this particular line. Just curious if she has that ready or not.
Sure, I think we're working on a little bit more information, as Ben noted, and we'll provide it all in writing. But the only additional information I'll add at this point is that this is, I think Representative Perry framed it well. There was historically what was called the Office of Minority Health within the Maine CDC, and that was, I won't say disbanded, but essentially unstaffed in the last administration, and so has been vacant for a number of years. And part of the goal with this funding is to help staff that office with a director, and then work with the communities, the affected communities, to develop a need, or to run through a needs assessment and develop recommendations for what needs to be done to support them in addressing health equities. The department does already have a strategic plan for diversity, equity, and inclusion that has been developed under Liana Amayas, who's our manager of diversity, equity, and inclusion, but this is much more specifically focused on both population health and individual health of traditionally underserved communities.
Representative Zager, you had another question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of to follow up on what Representative Perry raised, what would be the scope of that needs assessment and overall strategy? In other words, would it be looking at the things outside of the Health and Human Services budget, education, economic factors, and other things that affect health as well?
I think there's going to be a lot of interplay between a lot of the items you just listed. I think we just need to we have certain authorities where we just need to collaborate with others where possible. But obviously health and housing goes together a lot in terms of health outcomes. So I think, we would want to do that needs assessment and hear from the communities that we are looking to support and work with and partner with to help inform that. So I don't mean to be circular about it, but it is, we want to make sure that we're comprehensively listening to and taking into account the various what the impacts on the ground are and where these funds should be directed.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Representative Griffin.
Thank you very much. You might have already answered this question, but are we going to see a specific strategic plan before we vote on this? It just seems like a lot of information we need to know before we make a decision.
So I believe this funding is, well, I know this, excuse me, the funding is to help us develop that sort of needs assessment strategic plan. So this would be to develop that work. We have the separate strategic plan for internally for the department developed by our manager of diversity, equity, and inclusion. But as far as what this office will be doing, that will be developed using these funds. So I'm not sure there's any work product that we could provide for you ahead of this vote.
Although a sort of vision statement or what this looks like or where we're going or what our preliminary thoughts are might be welcome. Okay. Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just so that I'm clear, we would be staffing the Office of Minority Health that has not been staffed in a number of years, and it would be this group that was charged with the development of a strategy?
Yes. Yep. And it was formerly called the Office of Minority Health. We're renaming Office of Health Equity, not entirely critical.
So it would be the staff of that group that would be assisting in the development of a strategy. Okay, I think we're sort of all talking around who is going to develop this, and I think it's made more clear when we know that there is a group that has not been staffed that will now be staffed and charged with the development of a strategy.
Exactly, and I think they'll be charged with developing it, but with significant community input and collaboration.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Javner.
Thank you. I apologize. I know we want to move on. This was previously a program. So I think what I am actually looking for too is what that previous department or what that previous program did as well. So I know you're moving forward, you want to move forward with it and going to develop something, but I'm really curious then if it's going to be actually a completely different program then. And I'm just, what the previous program did.
Sure, it's been a number of years, but we can certainly provide you with some information about what that office did.
Senator Moore.
And I think adding on to that would also be an understanding of how many people are we talking about? We're reestablishing this office and, how many bodies does that include, so to speak?
Representative Perry. Did you have another question?
Yeah. First of all, I remember the minority health group because I worked with the Native Americans on a number of issues that was brought forward, which they, through the department, made sure there was follow through. And there was planning and legislation that came out as a result of the work that's done with minorities. The other thing is I don't think this is the development of a department. It's the development of a strategic plan. That's why it is one-time funding. Am I correct?
No.
I would say partially we want to develop that strategic plan, but also make resources available to implement the work of that strategic plan. So I think we want to make sure that there are resources that go along with the reconstitution of this office. So we are doing more than just facilitating and collaborating and bringing folks together. We can enact change on the ground to try to resolve some of the work, some of the objectives that the needs assessment would find.
Okay, my next question is, you're talking this as one-time funding coming out of the Fund for Healthy Maine, which means that if you develop the office, that funding may come from very different sources. Is that what I'm getting?
The Fund for Healthy Maine we're proposing this, the alignment with the objectives of Fund for Healthy Maine align with this program. I think there's a, as we've discussed, the Fund for Healthy Maine has constraints on it, which I'm sure Luke can speak more to, but, we would want to make sure that this office is supported going forward in the future. But, $1 million annually in 22 and another in 23 would get it off to a good start.
So is this one-time funding, or is the assumption is that that's going to go forward? If we're looking at starting a program that's going to stay within the Fund for Healthy Maine, that becomes another decision in terms of where our Fund for Healthy Maine funds are, what we have, knowing that there's going to be diminishing funding. And then I think we're going to need to look at then the amount of Medicaid that is funded and how we're going to maintain the programs that really fit the Fund for Healthy Maine. So I think we need to look at all of the Fund for Healthy Maine programs and what we need to look at keeping and what we need to look at how we reevaluate this, knowing that we're going to have diminishing funding as we move on.
Understood.
Any other questions? Okay, Luke.
All right, so we'll move on to the last line on the Fund for a Healthy Maine. And this is line 251, which is in the Office of Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services account, Z199. This provides one-time funding to establish the Overdose Prevention through Intensive Outreach, Naloxone, and Safety Program to raise awareness about drug overdose risks and to promote the new opiate use disorder and substance use disorder treatment locator. This is in the Fund for Healthy Maine account, and it's $1 million each year of the biennium. And again, this is one-time funding.
Yes, Representative Perry.
I guess the question I have is, if I am correct, wasn't there set aside $8 million for the opioid through the Fund for Healthy Maine for prevention and public health, and that this would not be covered under that? Because or is that not ongoing and we're just adding this to it?
I would have to, I don't have the allocations for Fund for Healthy Maine in front of me. I'm happy to get back to you on that. If there were one-time investments made in the previous biennial, those are likely coming out and being replaced with this. I would have to confirm the ongoing funding from Fund for Healthy Maine for opioid activities.
Thank you. That's what I need to know.
And for some clarity there was an initiative in the last budget that was within the substance use disorder account, and that was one-time funding. Currently, the baseline in this Z199 account for Fund for Healthy Maine is just over $1 million a year.
Thank you.
Okay.
So that is the end of the Fund for Healthy Maine portion of this budget. So we'll move on to the public health portion. This begins on page 27 of the green document. at line 443. So the first line, 443, is in the main Center for Disease Control and Prevention, account 0143. This establishes one microbiologist 3 position, one microbiologist 2 position, and one public service manager 2 position, and provides funding for related all other costs.
Yes, Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I just want to know if there's a resource for me to decode like what a microbiologist 3 versus what a microbiologist 2 mean. Is there a published job description, set of job descriptions within the department that I could look to, or can you answer that quickly?
Certainly, we could pull the job descriptions. The microbiologists, they're both supervisory positions. I'd have to confirm whether some level 2 positions are supervisory, some are not, but they're obviously higher than the entry level microbiologist. There's a microbiologist 1 as well, for example, but the 3 is certainly a supervisor that would provide support and further just support the lab needs in the microbiology section of the lab.
Thank you. I've seen that phrasing, or the blank title 2 is a microbiologist 3 equivalent in so-called pay grade to a something else 3 in terms of the budget?
That's a good question. Not necessarily. I think each classification, so the microbiologist versus senior health planner versus comprehensive health planner, will have, there's just different tiers or hierarchies of supervisory or bargaining unit or otherwise. And each of the classifications would have a separate compensation structure to go along with it. They might be the same, but I don't think necessarily would be by default.
Okay, and one last question to follow up. Does it only go up to 3 as I'm looking down? Public health nurse 2, and environmental specialist 3. You get 3. Is that because that's a supervisory?
Yeah, if it gets more senior than that, it would likely be a public service manager, which those are typically more senior than the functional specific classifications like microbiologist or comprehensive health planner. So that the public service manager 2 position there would be a senior scientist position at the state lab to help with certifications and compliance issues at the lab.
Thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner Mann, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for indulging me.
Sure. Representative Lemelin.
Thank you, Senator. These increases in microbiologists, do they have anything to do with because of the impact of COVID?
The ongoing need for them and the rebuilding of CDC overall in the state lab predated COVID, certainly. Under the prior administration, 110 positions or so were eliminated from CDC. That was about 25%. The state lab was impacted along with that. So we are looking to better support and rebuild, like I said, that public health infrastructure, and certainly the state lab is central to that. COVID has obviously further taxed the system, and irrespective of COVID cases or vaccination, COVID is going to be something that we're dealing with for a while at the state lab. So it will certainly increase the level of work in going forward into the future.
Okay, and did you say that the previous administration, meaning the last governor, removed 100, or the legislature removed 110 positions? Is that what you're saying? And
Yes.
you're trying to rebuild it back up now?
That's correct. There were positions that were proposed to be eliminated. Some were backfilled, but overall there was a net decline in headcount, certainly across the department, and especially felt at the CDC. I think there's several initiatives coming up here that will, excuse me, that will talk about the same thing, sort of rebuilding the infrastructure for the CDC, which was a priority prior to the pandemic and has certainly become a higher priority because of the pandemic.
Thank you.
All right, not seeing any more questions. I'll move on to line 444. This is also in the main CDC. It's account 0143. This line establishes 8 Public Health Inspector 1 positions to reduce the health inspection program backlog and improve capacity to ensure the statutorily required inspection frequency rate will be met, and provides funding for related all other costs. Seeing any questions, I'll move on to the next pair of lines, which is 445 and 446. This is in the Maternal and Child Health Block Grant Match and the Maternal and Child and Health Programs, which are account 000Z008 and 0191. This transfers 1 public health nurse supervisor position, 2 public health nurse 2 positions, and 1 public health nurse 1 position from the Maternal and Child Health Program Federal Block Grant Fund to the Maternal and Child Health Block Grant Match programs in order to remain in compliance with the required ratio of targeted populations according to the current Maternal and Child Health Block Grant Work Plan. This transfers general fund all other to personal services to fund the positions. So I'll note that in the general fund line, if you look at the last 2 columns, which show the funding in 22 and 23, they're 0. That's because the way that I got this document to fit onto a nice, neat 8.5 by 11 page was to get rid of the personal services and all other separate designations and just lump those columns together so that we could get the total impact to the funds. So as was noted in the initiative text, it says it transfers general fund from all other to personal services to fund the position. So that's why at the end here, you see that the general fund impact is $0, where the federal block grant funding is dropping by over $400,000. I'll just note that there are a few lines where this happens, where there's funding transferred from all of the personal services or the other way around, that leads to a net 0 impact. And I just wanted to point that out specifically because otherwise that it would definitely be a question when you see this initiative.
Okay.
Not seeing any questions. I'll move on to the next line, which is 447. And this is again in the main CDC, account 0143. This continues 5 limited period environmental specialist 3 positions previously continued in Public Law 2019, Chapter 343, and 3 limited period environmental specialist 3 positions previously established in Public Law 2019, Chapter 343, and provides funding for related all other. It also provides all other funding for the continuation of the lead inspection services and associated laboratory costs. These positions will end June 17th, 2023.
Yes, Representative Craven, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are these positions filled now?
Um, 5 positions are filled, 3 are being actively recruited for.
Okay, thank you.
That was the last information or last update I got from the program office.
All right, not seeing any other questions. I'll move on to line 448. This is also in the main CDC, account 0143. It establishes 3 Comprehensive Health Planner 2 positions, funded 100% general fund in the Maine Center for Disease Control and Prevention program. It also provides funding for related all other costs and transfers general fund all other to personal services to fund a portion of the positions.
Yes, Representative Lemlin.
Thank you, Senator. What exactly does a health planner do?
Some of the descriptions can be slightly esoteric, but these are staff folks, the work staffing, Maine immunization program, and the comprehensive health planner 1, 2, or 3 is a certain classification of that. That may work in immunization or other areas of CDC. It's a fairly common classification that outlines a set of responsibilities and duties. I couldn't enumerate them off the top of my head, but we can get you more information if you're interested on that.
I am, yes, sir.
Not seeing any other questions, I'll move on to the next line, 449, which is also in the Maine Center for Disease Control and Prevention. It's account 0143. It establishes 2 Comprehensive Health Planner 2 positions in the Maine Center for Disease Control and Prevention program, general fund to assist in building infrastructure with the Public Health Emergency Preparedness Services program. Next is line 450. This is also in the Maine CDC account 0143. It establishes 1 epidemiologist position to strengthen internal epidemiology expertise to assist with chronic disease prevention. It also provides funding for related all other costs and transfers all other to personal services to partially fund the position. The next initiative is lines 451 and 452. They're both in the Maine CDC account 0143. This provides funding for the proposed reclassification of 1 office assistant 2 position to an accounting technician position, funded 93% other special revenue funds and 7% general fund in the Maine CDC to increase staffing levels to be able to perform the required duties. Next is line 453. This is also in the Maine CDC, account 0143. It continues 1 limited period chemist 2 position and 1 limited period chemist 3 position, previously continued by Public Law 2019, Chapter 343, and 1 limited period business manager 2 position, previously continued by financial order, and provides funding for related all other costs. These positions will end on June 17th, 2023. Next is line 454. It's also Maine CDC account 0143. This provides funding for the proposed reclassification of 2 Public Health Inspector 2 positions, 2 Public Health Inspector 2 supervisory positions, and the proposed reclassification of 1 Office Assistant 2 position to an Office Associate 2 position. Next is lines 455 and 456. The first line is in Maine CDC account 0143. The second line is in the Office of Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services account Z199. This transfers 1 Public Service Manager 3 position from the Office of Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services program to the Maine Center for Disease Control and Prevention within the same fund, and transfers of funding for all other costs. Next is line 457. This again is in the main CDC, account 0143, and this provides allocation to align with available resources. This is an other special revenue account. Next is line 458, which is again in the main CDC, account 0143. This establishes one limited period system analyst position and one limited period inventory and property associate 1 position through June 17th, 2023. Next are lines 459 and 460, which both adjust funding to align with existing resources. The first line is an account 0728 and is an other special revenue fund line, and it's increasing by $275,000 each year. And the second line is in the maternal and child health program, account 0191. And this is a federal block grant account that's increasing the allocation by $92,071 each year. The last initiative in the public health program is in the main CDC, account 0143. This provides funding in the health and environmental testing laboratory for maintenance agreements for laboratory equipment and laboratory supplies. All right, now we'll go to the one piece of language that goes along with public health, and this is part NN, which is line 488 on your purple sheets. This part removes the language which does not allow the transfer or otherwise repurpose of any funds appropriated or allocated for public health nurses and the services they provide. Again, because that summary isn't extremely helpful, I'll just, I'll read straight from the document exactly what's being removed. There is statutory language about required staffing within the public health nursing program. The specific line that's being removed says, notwithstanding any other provisional law, the department may not transfer or otherwise repurpose any funds appropriated or allocated for the salaries, benefits, and other costs of public health nurses and the services they provide.
Is there a date for when that language first appeared?
Yes, that was created in PL 2017, so that's Public Law 2017, Chapter 312. So it was sometime during the biennium that began with 2017.
Right. And given that there's been a long-standing struggle around public health nurses, I'd be interested to know where these folks might be reassigned or how their duties might change with this increased flexibility of staffing.
I'm happy to answer that right now. The duties and there's no reassignment or transfer or any impact to the public health nurses nor the program per se. This was, I often describe this as an appropriation fence, which makes managing the program and the CDC programs slightly more difficult. Again, our public health nurses are highly valued and a critical part to the public health infrastructure and particularly COVID. I think I read off the vacancies and the hiring, but in February 2019, there was 28 public health nurses on board. Today, there's 37. We are actively looking to recruit and fill those positions. We increased compensation through a stipend in the supplemental last year as well. This language just would not increase flexibility, it would just remove the restricted flexibility and make it similar to other programs across the department that don't have a conscribed prohibition on moving any funding around, for example, if there's any vacancies, for example.
Thank you for that. Representative Yebner?
I apologize, Chair Claxton and Luke and Deputy Commissioner. I have a question on line 461 about the maintenance agreements for the laboratory equipment and laboratory supplies. I would just like a little bit more information about what that really means. Is this something, I don't think this is something new, obviously, but what really is the need to now have this line item in here?
Certainly. This goes along with another initiative that we covered this morning that would reassign in part a portion of the salaries of the 43 employees that work at the lab as well. There's been a longstanding structural gap in the funding for the state lab. The state lab is funded entirely from fees that it generates for performing lab services. Those fees have declined and not kept up. There's not kept up with with the costs incurred by the lab. This in particular would this initiative would provide general fund to help supplement the capital costs. You can imagine, I don't know if you've ever been over to the state lab, but there's a lot of equipment and instrumentation. A lot of that instrumentation and equipment needs service agreements, and we need to replace it. We just replaced a hood to make sure that there was, safety standards were being followed. So that those capital investments this would provide more stability and ability to undertake those at the time when they're needed. So that was a long answer. This just provides general fund in addition to the other special revenue through lab fees to help bolster the net position, the revenues versus the expenses that the lab is incurring.
So is this?
Sorry, Senator Claxton. Yeah.
Oh, follow up. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So okay. Is it that okay? So there's a. So it's not that is it that the fees? Okay. So the fees are not covering. And so therefore, then yes, I know the lab, I know that the expenses have definitely risen. And so therefore it's just this gap between what the fees are at and then what the lab now is experiencing in terms of the tools and the product that they have in order to upkeep that. So that's the gap. So is there a need to look at the fees therefore, or is that not even an issue here?
We considered that. We opted general fund dollars would provide a more stable foundational aspect to the revenues for the state lab. They are part of the state apparatus here, and it would just provide a more certain and dependable source of funding to make sure that they can get the work done that they need to do. The piece that I forgot before, the lab is also mandated in statute to perform public good testing free of charge. So for like rabies testing, and that's just grown over time, and they don't have any fees. So by definition, there's going to be gaps in the revenue from expenses perspective based on that public good mandate as well.
Thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner. I appreciate it.
Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mann, I'm so impressed with your profound knowledge of all these programs, and also I appreciate your patience in helping us understand the things that you are an expert in. I'd like to go back just to the public health nursing language, line 488, please. Do I understand correctly that repurposing means that money that was sent to for the PHN program could then be taken out of that program even at a time when we're having a hard time recruiting people to that program?
it would provide the ability to transfer. For example, I mean, the last two initiatives that we just discussed might be a good example to use case for this. There are shortfalls at the lab. If we know, we track our spending over here and project what the costs are going to be. And whenever we have vacancies, we have enough funding to cover costs for the full amount of positions that we have. We don't have all those positions filled. So we would have some flexibility in transferring if there was a projected surplus in one account to cover shortfalls in other accounts for whatever reason. That ability is not allowed with the language for the public health nurses. I don't want to give the impression whatsoever that we would do that at the detriment of the public health nursing program. I think the increase in staffing that has been demonstrated over the last 2 years has shown a clear commitment to the program, and we wouldn't. It would just be if there were vacancies that would likely not to be filled, and that would align the treatment of this program with other programs in the department. It would eliminate that appropriation fence that prevents that transfer of funds. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I think some additional clarity I can provide there is just from the perspective of where the funding is. If a transfer is done similar to what Deputy Commissioner Mann is discussing, that doesn't change the appropriations in the account. It would be a one-time transfer of some funding that is available now to handle an issue elsewhere, but it wouldn't change the bottom line appropriations within those accounts.
I'm not intimately familiar with what led to the language in 2017, but my recollection is that it's reactive language. And while there's a clear commitment currently to support public health, I think this language was put in place, correct me if I'm wrong, as the legislature's attempt to try and reestablish some control of what was happening to public health. So it makes me a little uncomfortable that we're opening that door again. I'm just sharing that as an observation. Okay. Yes, Representative Ms. Bogart.
Thank you for the promotion. I just want to be very clear. This is not repealing the language that was passed in 2017.
Okay. All right. So, and then as the last point on 461, since the issue's been raised, I see there's a 100,000 decrease between the 2 years. Does that reflect the capital investment would happen mostly in that first year and then decrease in the second year to get closer to what would be the annual maintenance agreement and baseline capital?
That's a great question. Actually, I'm glad you asked it. That difference and the reason why it drops to 432, which would be carried in the baseline going forward, is an assumption that the fees that the lab is generating are going to rebound more in fiscal 23 than in fiscal 22.
Okay.
So we're assuming more additional revenue. So we didn't want to ask for that full amount that we project that we would need in fiscal 22 for the same amount in fiscal 23. We're reducing it slightly because we're assuming more other special revenue coming in.
Thank you. All right. So that gets us to social services. At this point, I'm going to step away for a minute and turn it over to Representative Meyer to chair, and I'll be back as quickly as I can, if that's still okay with her.
Sure is. Thank you, Senator.
Okay.
So as Senator Claxton said, we're going to move on to social services. This begins on page 29, begins and ends on page 29. There is one line in the social services account, and it's line 468, and this is in the purchase social services account 0228. And this adjusts funding to align with existing resources, and this is in a federal expenditures fund account. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the substance use disorder area. And this begins on page 29 at line 482. And line 482 is in the Office of Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services, account Z199. This establishes one epidemiologist position to strengthen, to strengthen internal epidemiology expertise to assist with tobacco and substance use initiative and provides funding for related all other costs. It also transfers all other to personal services to partially fund the position. And this is a federal block grant fund account. Next is line 483. This is also in the Office of Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services, account Z199. This continues one limited period management analyst 2 position, previously continued by financial order, to serve as the opioid response project manager to oversee and coordinate opioid-related projects and provides funding for related all other costs. This position will end on June 17th, 2023, and this is also a federal, within the federal block grant funds. And the last 2 lines of today are both in the Office of Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Z199 account, and these both provide allocation to align with available resources. The first line is in the Federal Expenditures Fund, and the second line is in the Federal Block Grant. And if there are no questions, that is all we have for this afternoon.
So questions from the committee? See, I've got one, actually. It's not an initiative, but there is a $5 million cut in the baseline funding to tobacco control. And I would very much like to know what the $5 million in FY 2021 was spent on in this regard. And
sorry, just for clarification, there isn't a reduction to baseline. The funding was never in the baseline. I just want to make that clear because there is a clear distinction between those two things. It was one-time funding last year.
That was not carried over. Understood. So my question is, what was the money? What was that? How was that $5 million spent? What programs did tobacco control put forward and use that money for? And what might not be possible going forward without those funds being carried over?
We will certainly, we are working on that. And that was, I recall your request previously. We are pulling all of that information together and we'll get it to you. Just as a reminder, like Luke said, that all the one-time funding that was included in FHM in the previous biennial was universally not carried forward in the current one.
Thank you. Understood.
We'll get you the descriptions of the activities undertaken with those funding.
Thank you so much. So does that conclude our work for the day, Ms. Broom?
We have a hand up.
We do. Sorry about that. Thank you, Representative. Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's for Mr. Mann, actually. We have so many limited period professional people listed in the budget. And I just wondered if it was a challenge to recruit people on, short-term employment. They're looking for something different, more permanent.
Yeah, that's a great question, Representative. You cut out in a little bit in the middle, but I think I got the gist of it. I would say at the top that we are very mindful of the costs that we are proposing in the budget. DAFS and the governor's office led a solid process, and we wanted to make sure that long-term costs, given the current fiscal environment that we are operating in, were undertaken with great care. I think I mentioned this previously. I don't know to an exact position, but generally, and I can't think of an instance otherwise, if there was a limited period position that we wanted to continue, we proposed to continue it as a limited period position that provides some more flexibility for moving off of those positions, although we wouldn't necessarily be doing that. There are, and we're racking up all of this information, we're summarizing it all for you, but there are 78 limited period positions in the DHHS budget that are still continued to move forward as limited period positions. Those have full state benefits. Those look and feel like state lines. I do not think in my experience it impacts recruitment to a great degree. I think they are, once they're on board, they look and feel like any other state line generally. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. I just wondered, for people who spend years in graduate school and getting all their credentials in order, whether they'd want something more permanent was just something that.
Again, we're providing this information in the follow-up to the 30+ questions from the public testimony, but the corresponding number for permanent new positions is 49 in the departmental budget. So we're continuing 78 and proposing 49 new permanent positions. I will have our team will double check those numbers to make sure that they're accurate.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner and Mr. Lazur. It looks like we've got no further questions and no further work on our agenda. So with that, I will close the work session on the biennial budget and wish you all a lovely evening until we see